education. Following our hearing were troubling on student debt, Pell Grants, reauthorization of the Higher Education Act, and job training efforts. Her responses were vague and offered no vision for issues that are critical to millions of Americans. When asked about for-profit colleges, which have had a history of taking advantage of students, including but not limited to our veterans, Mrs. DeVos said she was agnostic, that's her word, about the tax filing status of higher education institutions. That's just not acceptable. I believe we should be expanding Pell Grants. We should lower the interest rates on student loans. We should be expanding apprenticeship and job training opportunities. We need to crack down on predatory for-profit colleges. We need an education secretary who understands and is able to focus on higher education. And it's clear that Mrs. DeVos does not have that experience or focus. Mr. President, our founders understood that public education for our citizens was essential to the functioning of our democracy. In 1786, Thomas Jefferson wrote, and this is a quote, "I think by far the most important bill in our whole code is that for the diffusion of knowledge among the people. No other sure foundation can be devised for the preservation of freedom and happiness." Generation after generation has worked to build on those ideals, including, as we do that work, more and more Americans in the process, and creating a system that gives all students an opportunity to succeed. We need an education secretary who is committed to upholding that principle, not rolling our progress back. And we should all be working together to ensure that we have strong neighborhood public schools, not dismantling them. I join with my colleagues here today and the thousands from my state who have made their voices heard. We need just one more vote to defeat this nomination and to make clear that the United States Senate truly values our nation's public schools. I surely hope that there's another senator willing to break with the president and vote against this woefully unqualified nominee. We all have learned in this wonderful country of ours that with each generation, as we include more and more people who've been marginalized, left out, who weren't counted, that when we include them, we certainly honor their freedom and dignity, important and sufficient, of course, in its own right. But then when we do that, we also unleash the talent and energy of everyone, and that strengthens us all, helps us thrive, helps our economy grow, and makes sure that America not only leads, but deserves to. It's our job in the Senate to listen to the thousands speaking up for our children and the public education system that serves all Americans. Thank you, Mr. President. I suggest the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Alexander. Mr. President.
The Senator from Indiana.
Mr. President. Quorum
Senator.
call. I ask that the quorum call be lifted.
Without objection.
Thank you. Mr. President, I rise today to speak about the nominee for Secretary of Education, Besy DeVos. I'm here not only to reiterate my concerns with Ms. DeVos, but to share some of the letters and emails I have received from Hoosiers about her nomination. Every Hoosier and every American deserves access to a quality education. It prepares our students to enter the workforce, to secure good-paying jobs, and to succeed. As I have said, after reviewing the record of Ms. DeVos, I believe she lacks the commitment to public education needed to effectively lead the Department of Education. I am deeply concerned she will not focus on priorities important to Hoosier families: expanding access to early childhood education, improving our public schools, and addressing increasing student loan debt. Now I want to share some of the concerns I have heard from people all across Indiana about Besy DeVos. A current undergraduate student at Purdue wrote to me urging me to vote against Besy DeVos. The student wrote as follows: I'm concerned she will cause major damage not only to our public K-12 schools, of which I graduated from, but also to federal student aid programs, which allow many of my fellow students and I to attend our nation's fantastic public universities. The mother of 3 children in Fishers wrote, I believe our democracy needs well-funded and accountable public schools for all. Ms. DeVos demonstrates little interest in supporting strong public education. For the future of our children, our democracy, and our standing in the global economic system, I ask you vote against Ms. DeVos. A soon-to-be college graduate who is pursuing a career in public education wrote, I will be graduating from Indiana Wesleyan University in Marion. I have spent the past semester student teaching at a local school district in Gas City, Indiana. One of the largest reasons I wanted to embrace a career in public education is to push students to see their potential, just as I had a teacher do the same for me. Teaching is not simply facilitating learning, but rather it is taking the time to fully invest in our students, getting to know our students, listening to what they have to say, and using the resources presented to best prepare them to succeed. I've been able to see this firsthand and put this into practice as I have been in 3 different school districts throughout my time at Indiana Wesleyan. As a soon-to-be teacher in the state of Indiana, I ask you to consider voting no on the nomination of Besy DeVos for Secretary of Education. I chose this path as it directly impacted me, and I want to see students find success. With the right reform, we can see this happen. But with the suggested reforms by Besy DeVos, we will not be able to help students succeed. Here's another story, this one from Muncie. As a mother and public education advocate, I'm writing to request you vote no on the appointment of Besy DeVos as Secretary of Education. As you are aware, there are many challenges facing education in the United States. Ms. DeVos' track record in the state of Michigan would be devastating to the country as a whole if she were to be given the position of Secretary of Education. For the sake of my children, their dedicated teachers, and children across the nation, I respectfully request your no vote to her appointment. A woman in Zionsville wrote as follows: I feel a DeVos agenda plans a dangerous voucher program that robs public schools of money and allows unprecedented support of K-12 programs with opaque standards, curriculum, and accountability. In Indiana, we have struggled with the skills gap in graduating students that are prepared for the available workforce positions. I beg you to speak out against the appointment of Ms. DeVos as Secretary of Education. Hoosiers have the right to an educational system that strives for high standards, for transparency, for success. I don't believe the DeVos model will be able to deliver on any of those fronts. A retired special education teacher who taught in Mishawaka for 24 years wrote, "I implore you to vote no on the confirmation of Besy DeVos as Secretary of Education. Her selection by Donald Trump was clearly an attempt to further dismantle the public school system in the United States. The poor, the disadvantaged, the disabled, working families would suffer great educational setbacks with her as Secretary of Education." A woman in West Lafayette wrote, "As a future special education teacher, I find it horrifying that Ms. DeVos seems to be unaware of the IDEA Act, which protects the rights of millions of children with disabilities. It is completely unacceptable that our country should have someone in charge of education who is unaware of this monumental law. Education is so important for the future of this country, and everyone deserves equal opportunity to get a good education. This is why I ask you to please vote no on Ms. DeVos." In a letter from Greenwood, a woman wrote, "As a mother of 2 children, one with severe disabilities, please know I don't support Besy DeVos as Secretary of Education. I can only hope you will bear with me as I offer the story of my son below. My son was born full-term and healthy. From 18 hours until 2 weeks old, he fought for his life. At 2 weeks old, a heart defect was discovered. Next was heart surgery, recovery, and he was home at exactly 1 month old. Saying we were ill-prepared for the future would be an understatement, to say the least. We had no way of knowing the repair to his heart would not also repair all the damage done to his brain and his body. He was eventually gifted multiple diagnoses: cerebral palsy, congenital heart disease, significant mental and physical disabilities, and severe GERD. To match the diagnoses, he was also provided coordinating medical equipment, wheelchair, communication device, standing equipment, a special seating device, feeding pump, and leg braces. Skip ahead to today, and you'll discover a 15-year-old doing his absolute best to find his place in this quick-paced world. It took a long time, but over the past 3 to 4 years, he mastered his communication device and has shown he is capable of learning and understanding. While it took all this time for him to show us, it also took the relentless dedication of very, very special teachers to really make it happen. His teachers worked tirelessly to develop extremely specific, individualized education plans for him. I'm certain without the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act and free, appropriate public education, he would not have achieved his current level of learning. I also feel his teachers would not have been able to get him to this level without the right educational tools in our public schools. I wanted you to feel my emotions and how difficult his life truly is. Please don't make his education any harder than it already has been. A former public school teacher in Indianapolis wrote, "I watched all of Besy DeVos's Senate confirmation hearing. As the minutes turned by, fear, fury, and grief built within me. I will not sit back and watch as a nominee for Secretary of Education, prepares to take the helm, who does not commit to protecting children in public schools. I hope you stand with me to reject Besy DeVos for Secretary of Education. We must commit our care, our love, and our attention to upholding the promise that all kids deserve a shot at success through education. These kids are our future, and we owe it to them to lead wisely. Unfortunately, Ms. DeVos will not lead us to that future. A mom in Evansville wrote, "I have one child in college and 2 others in public elementary schools. My children have received and are getting a very good education in public school and are in advanced classes. I am very concerned about the appointment of a woman who has been advocating against our public schools for years. We must do better for our children. Please fight for our public schools and our children, and do everything in your power to keep Besy DeVos from becoming our Secretary of Education." This is just a small sampling of the letters and emails I've received from Hoosiers all over our state who are deeply troubled and who are opposed to Besy DeVos. They wrote to me not as Republicans or as Democrats or independents, but as concerned Hoosiers, as moms and dads who love their kids. And they are worried about an issue we should all be able to agree on: the importance of ensuring our children have the access to a quality education. While I've said I will vote against Besy DeVos' nomination, I will continue to fight for our public schools, our teachers, our students. I'll continue fighting for them because ensuring our students have access to good schools and good teachers lays a foundation for our students to reach their potential, and the potential that is fundamental to their success, and in turn, our country's success. We love our schools, we love our kids, and all we want is the best for them and an extraordinary education. That's why I will be voting against Besy DeVos for Secretary of Education. Mr. President, I yield back. Mr. President, I yield the remainder of my post-cloture debate time to Senator Schumer.
The senator from New York may accept 18 minutes. Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Alexander. It's got a clip on it, so you know.
President,
Senator from California.
I ask that the quorum call be lifted.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I rise today to speak about the nominee for the Department of Education, Ms. Besy DeVos. I cannot vote for her confirmation. The Department of Education's mission is to promote student achievement and preparation for global competitiveness by fostering educational excellence and ensuring equal access. The department achieves this by establishing policies on federal financial aid for education and distributing as well as monitoring those funds, collecting data on America's schools and disseminating research, focusing national attention on key educational issues, prohibiting discrimination, and ensuring equal access to education. And after considering that mission, I do not believe Besy DeVos should be the next Secretary of Education. Surely we can agree every child in the United States should have access to a first-rate education to ensure a chance of a good job and good pay. I know this from my own life experiences, and in particular, the impact that a good teacher can have on a young child. You see, my first-grade teacher, Mrs. Frances Wilson, God rest her soul, attended my law school graduation. I would not be standing here were it not for the education that I received, and I know that to be true for so many of our colleagues in this Senate. And after I reviewed Besy DeVos's nomination, including her record and confirmation testimony, and after speaking with teachers and students and parents from across California, it is clear she does not understand the importance or the impact of a public school teacher like Mrs. Frances Wilson. Why? Well, first and foremost, our country needs a Secretary of Education who has demonstrated basic competency when it comes to issues facing children. They just need to know what they're talking about. When questioned in the hearing by my colleague, Senator Franken, it was clear Ms. DeVos didn't know the difference between two basic theories of testing, proficiency and growth. This, in fact, is one of the biggest debates occurring in the education community today, and she was unaware of the significance of the nuance and the difference between the two. And as we know, proficiency essentially asks whether a student has a basic competency or understanding of a subject. Looking at a child and asking, is that third grade reader reading at third grade reading level? Is that third grader reading at third grade reading level? Growth. It's a question of whether a student is progressing from year to year, or asking if a third grader who started their year reading at first grade level can now read at second grade level. Has there been progress? This debate will define how we are judging schools across the country, and her lack of knowledge and fluency demonstrates her complete lack of experience, understanding, and curiosity about one of the hottest issues in modern education. Now let's talk about guns in schools. At first, she at best showed ambivalence toward gun-free school zones, but it gets better. She went on to say that she does not have any questions, and that without any questions, she does not believe that you need guns in schools. And then she went on to say, well, but we need guns in schools, yes, because grizzly bears may pose a significant threat to the safety of our children and perhaps their education. I say Ms. DeVos poses a far greater threat to public education. Let's talk about Title IX. Another moment in her hearing is when the nominee refused to commit to actually enforcing Title IX. Now, let's be clear that Title IX was brought into being because our country had a rampant policy of discrimination against women in our education system. For example, women were not being admitted to the University of Virginia, and even Lucy Baines Johnson, the daughter of President Johnson, was barred admission to Georgetown University after she got married, because it was common perception at that point in time that if she was married, then that's what she should pursue, and she should pursue a career in the home and could not be capable of doing that and also working outside the home. This is a law, Title IX, that guarantees women and girls the right to a safe education free from discrimination. Let's be clear how Title IX helps today. It is Title IX that required universities to prioritize a safe environment for girls, safe from abuse and sexual assault. And we know this is a real issue. In fact, the Department of Education estimates that 1 in 5 women have been sexually assaulted during her college years. As Attorney General of California, I was proud to bring together colleges and other local law enforcement agencies to create protocols for investigating and prosecuting sexual assaults. And it has helped schools and law enforcement implement changes to California law to better protect survivors of sexual assault. I champion new methods to allow California to process rape kits and clear a long-standing backload of rape kits in the state crime labs. I fought to ensure that survivors have the support they need and that their attackers face swift accountability and consequence for their crimes. And there is no question that ending campus sexual assault should be a moral imperative for our country, and it should be a priority for the next Secretary of Education in the United States. And for that reason, it is unfortunate and, yes, troubling that Ms. DeVos will not guarantee enforcement of Title IX. And then let's talk about Individuals with Disability Education Act, or IDEA. I know my colleague, Senator Hassan, has spoken extensively about this. This act has been around for decades, 4 decades to be exact. And before it existed, we were not prioritizing these children. We did not give them the services they needed. We had written off a whole population of our students, of our children. When asked by my colleague, Maggie Hassan, about this piece of legislation, the nominee showed a complete lack of knowledge about how it is implemented. And that is simply unacceptable. We cannot go back to a time when we wrote off a whole population of people. And it can not only be the parents of those children, but all of us as the adults of a society and a country that look out for our most vulnerable children. Then let's talk about for-profit colleges, which I know something about since I had to sue one of the biggest for-profit colleges, which was defrauding students as well as taxpayers. I know about the reality of abuses of for-profit colleges, and I applaud my colleague, Elizabeth Warren, who asked whether or how she would protect against waste, fraud, and abuse at for-profit colleges. This she asked of the nominee. And it was troubling to see that the nominee was equivocal at best. Now let's talk about the nominee's record as it relates to the children of her home state, Michigan. Since the growth of charter schools, Michigan has gone from performing higher than average on the National Assessment of Education Progress in the year 2000 to below average by the year 2015. A 2015 federal review found a, quote, unreasonably high number of charters in Michigan, which were among the bottom 5% of schools nationwide. According to a report from Chalkbeat, an education publication, when the Michigan legislature attempted to add oversight for both charter schools and traditional public schools in Detroit, the nominee's family opposed the measures and, quote, poured $1.45 million in the legislators' campaign coffers, an average of $25,000 a day for 7 weeks, unquote. And the oversight measures, we are happy to say, she is happy to say, never made their way into the legislation. We cannot have someone who wants to lead our highest Department of Education who does not support the importance of oversight, of making sure that the children are getting the benefit of their bargain. According to data released from the Michigan Association of Public School Academies in 2015, only 17% of Detroit charter school students were rated proficient in math, compared to 13% of students in traditional public schools. Even Eli Broad, a great Californian and strong supporter of dramatic education reforms, has expressed strong concerns about the nominee's nomination. That should tell us all something. And now let's talk about the impact to California. During the campaign, President Trump said he would take $20 billion from existing federal education programs, which, by the way, is more than half of the department's budget for K-12 education, and instead put that money into a voucher-like system. The president also committed to getting rid of the Department of Education in its entirety, which would put 500,000 teachers out of work. The nominee has committed to work with him on these plans, and let's be clear, this plan would be devastating for public schools, including the schools in California that serve over 6 million students. This also means California students could lose $2.3 billion in federal education funding, which could end critical programs. For example, the Individuals with Disability Education Act. It serves thousands of California's disabled students and serves them well. But his plan would slash $1.3 billion in federal funding, money that our children rely on. The Trump-DeVos proposal to cut the Department of Education budget would also harm California's students. $3.8 million in Pell Grants for California's students could be lost. 43,000 or more teacher positions in California could be eliminated. $8.96 billion in student loans could be at risk for California's college students. The bottom line is this: fewer teachers, fewer resources for students and parents, and less aid to make college affordable. Maybe one school cuts their after-school program, or stops teaching the arts, or doesn't have a guidance counselor, or decides that they'll just let class size balloon because they don't have enough teachers. We know that's not good enough for any of us. There is a clear connection between public education and public safety. When I was the district attorney of San Francisco, there was a rash of homicides one year. And all of us in a position of leadership were rightly concerned, and we did the predictable and the right thing. We figured out how we could put more cops on the street. We looked at our gang intervention strategies, and we figured out very predictable and good ways of reacting to these crimes after they occurred. But I asked a question. I asked a member of my staff, do an assessment and tell me, who are these homicide victims? And in particular, who are the homicide victims who are under the age of 25? And the reason I asked that question is pretty simple. There were just a lot of them. And sure enough, the data came back to me, and it included the fact that of the homicide victims who were under the age of 25, 94% were high school dropouts. So over the years, I've taken a closer look at this issue, and I've learned that 82% of the prisoners in the United States are high school dropouts. I've learned that an African-American man who was a high school dropout in between the age of 30 and 34 is 2/3 likely to be in jail, have been in jail, or dead. There is a direct connection between what we do or do not do in our public education systems and the price we all pay in terms of our public safety. And I say to everyone concerned, there are good reasons to care about the education of children. And if nothing else, be concerned about why you have to have 3 padlocks on your front door. If we don't educate our children in our public school system, we all pay the price. And DeVos's agenda means fewer teachers and resources and worse schools. Fundamentally, her lack of understanding of the rights that teachers have today, the rights that parents have today, and the rights students have today mean one thing. She cannot and will not uphold the law if she does not understand the law. And her testimony has made clear she does not understand IDEA. She does not understand initiatives like gun-free zones in schools. She does not understand the history or the need for Title IX. If Besy DeVos gets her way and cuts funding for public schools, that means fewer teachers. If she does what she did in Michigan, that will mean poor outcomes with fewer high school graduates. What we know is that these are the kinds of policies that prevent us from actually achieving all that we know we can be as a country, which is about paying attention to all the members of our society, and in particular our children, and investing in them the education they so richly deserved, so that they can be, one day, standing in this chamber as a member of the United States Senate, doing the best of what we know we can do as a country. So simply put, I'll say this. It is clear from her testimony, Besy DeVos has not done her homework. And she hasn't done her homework in terms of preparing for the job. She did not prepare her homework and do her homework in terms of preparing for her hearing. And I say that right now, the Senate must do our job, we must do our homework, and we must refuse to confirm her as the next Secretary of Education. Thank you, Mr. President, and I yield the floor.
Senator from Colorado.
Just the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Alexander.
Senator from Colorado.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd ask that the quorum call be vitiated.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. I also want to begin by congratulating our new senator from California for her first speech in the chamber. I know it's not her first official speech, but she's here on this important night to talk about the state of public education in this country and this confirmation process. So I thank her for her remarks. I also want to thank the ranking member of the Education Committee of the Senate, Senator Murray from Washington State, who's here tonight as well. And I know she's been here all day today, was here all day on Friday as well, because the set of issues we're discussing are so important. As I sat here listening to the senator from California, I was thinking about the work we had done on the committee on which we both serve, the Health, Education, and Labor Committee, recently with the leadership of Chairman Alexander, a Republican from Tennessee, our ranking member, Senator Murray from Washington State, to pass a new reauthorization of No Child Left Behind, a bill that if you had had a rally and said, let's have a rally to keep No Child Left Behind the same, and you did the rally on the steps of the Capitol, not a single person in the United States would have shown up for that rally. And yet it took this body 7 years after we were supposed to reauthorize No Child Left Behind to actually do the work. But when we did the work, We were able to get it through the committee once unanimously. This is a committee that has on it, among other people, Senator Bernie Sanders from Vermont, Senator Rand Paul from the Commonwealth of Kentucky. They seldom agree on anything. They agreed on that bill. And we got it out with almost unanimously out of that committee and then passed it on the floor of the Senate with over 80 votes. It passed with a huge bipartisan vote in the House of Representatives and was signed by the President. 7 years too late, but still we were able to do it, and we were able to do it in a bipartisan way, which is what education issues should always require, I think. And it's a shame that tonight we're here with a partisan divide because of the selection President Trump has made to lead the Department of Education. So I just want to say thank you again to Senator Murray for her leadership. Mr. President, since our first days, before we founded this country, education has been an American value. In Massachusetts, Pennsylvania, and elsewhere, colonists recognized their collective responsibility to educate their children. They wrote into law that children, both wealthy and poor, must be taught to read and write and to learn a skill like blacksmithing, weaving, or shipbuilding to secure their economic independence. As democracy took root in early America, public education became not just an ideal, but an imperative. An enlightened public, the founders believed, was essential to self-government. Thomas Jefferson wrote that we must educate and inform the whole mass of the people. They are the only sure reliance for the preservation of our liberty. Benjamin Franklin believed the good education of youth has been esteemed by wise men in all ages as the surest foundation of the happiness both of private families and of commonwealths. With education, the common man would be able to select leaders wisely, fight back against the tyrannical instincts of those in power. He would be able to understand, maintain, and protect his rights so that government could not usurp authority or devolve into despotism. In a country, quote, in which the measures of government receive their impression so immediately from the sense of the community as in ours, George Washington explained, knowledge is proportionally essential. This set of beliefs represented a fundamental break from the aristocratic ways of the old world. A republic that was for the people and by the people required an educated people. With this new world, Mr. President, also came a new conviction that individuals could determine their own future, that their birth or circumstance no longer limited their potential. This foundational idea grew to become the American dream. Every child, regardless of whom her parents were or where she came from, could achieve an education and grow up to achieve a better life. And over time, as our republic became more and more democratic, as the right to vote and lead was secured by African Americans and women, education became the fundamental means by which Americans sought to secure their liberty and their equality. Perfecting our union by expanding education has not come without struggle, but we have often succeeded because we've recognized the symbiotic relationship among the needs of our country and the success of individual Americans and our aspiration to move forward. This included the need for a universally literate workforce in the 1830s and the creation of Horace Mann's Common School movement, the demand at the turn of the 20th century to replace out-of-date Latin schools with progressive high schools that prepared students for the emerging industrial workforce, the challenge of providing World War II veterans with a career path and the creation of the GI Bill for college education, and the need to tear down the barriers of Jim Crow school systems in the 1950s and 60s. Too often, as a country, we confronted these challenges too late and at the tragic expense of our fellow Americans' potential. with all deliberate speed has proven not fast enough, especially for children living in places like the Mississippi Delta and South Central Los Angeles. At each of these turning points, we have asked for more from our public schools. To their credit, our educators, teachers, specialists, and principals have risen to the challenge, many times much sooner than the rest of us. They have helped us build a nation admired for our forward progress, for opportunity, and for equality. That's the American ideal from our founding until today. But, Mr. President, I come to the floor tonight with a sense of urgency because our generation is at risk of being the first American generation to leave less opportunity to our children than we inherited. And if we do that, we will have broken a fundamental American promise to our children. In our nation, education is supposed to be at the heart of opportunity. But today, our education system fails far too many kids. Schools that once were engines of opportunity and democracy are now too often traps for intergenerational poverty. As a result, only 3 out of 10 children born to very low-income families in the United States will make it into the middle class or higher. Only 4 out of 100 will make it to the top 20% of income earners. Already, the United States has less social mobility than at least 12 other developed countries, among them Canada, Japan, and Germany. In America, children growing up in poverty hear 30 million fewer words than their more affluent peers by the time they reach kindergarten. In 4th grade, Mr. President, only 1 in 4 of our students in poverty is proficient in math, and fewer than that can read at grade level. And as few as 9 will receive a bachelor's degree by age 25. And as a nation, we are falling behind the rest of the world. When George Bush the son became president in 2000, we led the world in college graduates. Today, we're 16th in the world. American 15-year-olds score lower than their peers in 14 countries in reading, 36 countries in math, 18 in science. Much of the rest of the developed and developing world is figuring out how to produce more and more educated citizens, while the United States is standing still and therefore falling behind. We must refuse to accept outcomes that are a tragedy for our children, a threat to our economy, and an immeasurable risk to our democracy. To make change, we need to stop treating America's children as if they belong to someone else. To meet our children's needs, we must invent a 21st century approach to education, a system for the delivery of free, high-quality education built for the future, not for the past. We must have the courage to shed old ways of thinking, abandon commitments to outdated approaches, and explore new ideas. This re-envisioned system must focus like a laser on what is best for kids, not what is convenient for adults. It must be comprehensive and integrated from early childhood to post-secondary education. A 21st century system of public education must set high expectations, demand rigor, and create meaningful accountability. This system must embrace different kinds of schools and create a culture that's focused on continuously learning from each other among traditional, charter, and innovation schools and across districts, states, and cities. We need to change fundamentally how we prepare, recruit, place, train, retain, and pay teachers and school leaders. Mr. President, that entire system belongs to a labor market that discriminated against women and said, you have 2 professional choices. One's being a teacher and one's being a nurse. So why don't you come teach Julius Caesar every year for 30 years of your life in the Denver Public Schools, where we're going to pay you a wage far lower than anybody else in your college class would accept. Those days are gone. We had discrimination in the labor market that actually subsidized our school system. Because very often the brightest students in their class, very often women, had no other career options and therefore were willing to teach. That whole system needs to be transformed in the 21st century. We have 1.5 million new teachers that we have to hire over the next 6 to 8 years in this country, and we have no theory about how to hire them or how to keep them. 50% of the people are leaving the profession now, Mr. President, in the first 5 years. This new system of public education should embrace technology and personalized learning. We must create space for innovation and school autonomy, and we must also provide choice to parents and kids. But our goal is not and should not be school choice for choice's sake. For a youngster in a low-income family, there's no difference between being forced to attend a lousy school and being given the chance to choose among 5 lousy schools. That's no choice at all. That's no choice at all. It's certainly not a meaningful one. The goal is and must be to offer high-quality education at every public school so that parents can choose among great schools in their neighborhood and throughout their cities and towns. We must refuse to accept the false choice that I've heard over and over again during this confirmation process, that you either support school choice in whatever form or you defend the status quo. Just as we must reject the idea that you cannot support public schools and advocate for change. This old rhetoric and manufactured political division will not work for our kids. We need to rise above the narrow, small politics that consume our attention and prevent us from making tough choices. Instead, we need to recognize that a 21st century education can and should look very different than a 19th century education or a 20th century education. And no matter what approach or method of delivery, it must be high quality. The good news is that we know it's possible to reverse course and create meaningful change. Several cities around the country have already begun creating roadmaps to this 21st century approach. Denver is one of them. In Denver, we made a deal. Create a public choice system that authorizes charters, creates innovation schools, and strengthens traditional schools. We empowered schools through autonomy and worked to create a culture of shared learning and innovation focused on all ships rising. We demanded quality, and we implemented strong accountability. High-performing schools were rewarded, replicated, and expanded. Low-performing schools had to improve or be shut down. We made tough decisions. We closed schools. I sat in living rooms and in classrooms and in gymnasiums with parents, urging them to demand more from the school district, even if it meant that their child had to go to a different school. Along with concerned citizens, teachers, and principals, I went door to door to enroll kids in new schools. Denver created innovative teacher and school leadership policies. We tried to rethink the tired model of the last century and create a new career for this one. That's why today in Denver, you'll find teachers teaching other teachers and being paid for it, knowing that their job is not only to educate their students, but also to improve the honorable craft of teaching so our kids can achieve even more. We use the levers of federal law, strong accountability, and civil rights protections as the backbone of change. We could not have made the changes we did had it not been for the national demand for improvement in our schools, the civil rights impulse that underlies the federal involvement in public education, as well as the courage of our community to demand something better for our children. And Denver has begun to see the results of hard work. Over the last decade, Denver Public Schools students' achievement growth increased faster than the states in both math and English. This outcome was achieved by students qualifying for free and reduced price lunch and also students not qualifying for a free and reduced lunch. Latino and African American students' achievement in English and math grew faster than their counterparts throughout the state. 61% more students graduated in 2016 than in 2006. We have a long way to go, Mr. President, but I would suspect that if we could say of every urban school district in America that we are graduating 60% more students this year than we were a decade ago, we'd be feeling a lot better about where we're headed as a country. In Denver, over that time, the overall on-time graduation rate increased almost 30 points, and the on-time graduation rate for Latino students has doubled since 2007. And since 2006, Denver Public Schools enrollment has increased. Many cities have lost enrollment, over 25%, making it the fastest growing urban school district in America, partly because Denver has grown, but also because parents and kids and families have now found schools that are responsive to their families' needs and supportive of their children. And I'm the first to say, and I always will be the first to say, that we still have a lot of work to do to make sure that the zip code Denver's children are born into doesn't determine the education they receive. But cities like Denver are moving in the right direction. Now we need to move a nation in the right direction. Tonight, Mr. President, as we stand here in this marble chamber among these statues that tie us to our past, I am thinking of our future. I'm thinking of the millions of poor children across time zones our founders could not have imagined, heading home after a long day at school, shifting their backpacks of books to find a comfortable spot, sharpening pencils for math and pastels for art, clearing a space on a busy dinner table for homework. I'm thinking about children teaching other children, older brothers and sisters teaching their younger siblings, expecting that they will have more opportunity than their parents. I'm remembering the naturalization ceremony I attended just last Friday at Dunton Elementary School in Fort Collins, Colorado, where Kara Ross' fifth grade class welcomed 26 new Americans from 13 countries to the United States. Mr. President, I'm thinking about teachers and principals and students while we're here speaking who are up tonight, planning for tomorrow, and hoping for a future that allows them to review at home before they teach tomorrow the best lessons for teaching the productive and destructive forces of volcanoes, what Scout learns in To Kill a Mockingbird, or the mathematical reasoning that calls on us to invert the second fraction when we divide. And I'm imagining a country that fulfills our generational responsibility by providing quality early childhood education to every American family who wants it, a K-12 school for every child that every senator would be proud to send his or her child or grandchild, and access to college and skills training that prepares students for economic success without shackling them to a lifetime of debt. All of which leads me to comment briefly on President Trump's nomination for Education Secretary. I have no doubt that Mrs. DeVos sincerely cares about children, and it is not her fault that President Trump nominated her. So let me be clear. I am addressing the President and not Mrs. DeVos when I say that this nomination is an insult to school children and their families, to teachers and principals, and to communities fighting to improve their public schools all across this country. Even with the limited questioning allowed at the Education Committee hearing, it quickly became clear that Mrs. DeVos lacks the experience and the understanding to be an effective Secretary of Education. Mr. President, the bipartisan progress achieved over the last 15 years of American education was predicated on a deep commitment to three principles: transparency, accountability, and equity. Mrs. DeVos's testimony and public record failed to establish her commitment or competence to protect any of these foundational principles. Her "let 1,000 flowers bloom" approach asks American school children to take a huge step backward to a world without the high expectations, without the transparency that we need to give parents and taxpayers the information they deserve on how our schools are performing. Those high expectations, paired with a clear commitment to accountability, ensure that our successful schools should be replicated and our struggling schools should be held accountable for improvement, regardless of whether it is a choice school or a district school. Finally, we know the Secretary of Education holds the sacred job of ensuring that every child in America gets the resources and the support they deserve, regardless of their income, background, or educational needs. This commitment to equity is at the core of the Elementary and Secondary Education Act. Mrs. DeVos has shown no evidence of her commitment to be the torchbearer for both excellence and equity. Her ideology and dogmatic approach communicates a lack of understanding and appreciation of the challenges we face and the depths of solution they demand. A commitment to choice without a commitment to quality serves ideology rather than improvement. And a commitment to competition without a commitment to equity would forsake our democratic ideal that a free, high-quality public education must open the doors of opportunity for all. For the first generation of students to whom that promise feels elusive, they deserve an education secretary who has the courage, competence, and commitment to orient our mighty education system to build opportunity for all. Mrs. DeVos shows none of those skills, and our young people cannot afford to wait 4 years for their chance at the American dream. Millions of Americans recognize this, Mr. President, which is why this nomination has generated more controversy than any other. I look forward to working with anyone, as I have over the years, including even Mrs. DeVos, anyone interested in improving our children's opportunities and taking seriously the future of our democracy. But I will not support her nomination. I will vote no on this nomination and urge my colleagues to do the same. Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Alexander.
Mr. President.
Senator from Washington.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President,
Senate is in a quorum call.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent to vitiate the quorum call.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, over the course of this debate, over the last 9 hours plus 6 hours on Friday, of the 30 hours that we have on this, many senators have come to the floor to talk about their concerns about the nomination of Besy DeVos to be Secretary of Education. There are open questions about her extensive financial entanglements. There's open questions and clear concern about her basic lack of understanding of just basic education issues. We've heard that time and time again. And the many ways in which her vision for our education system is really at odds with where families and communities nationwide want us to go. But, Mr. President, let me take just a moment to focus on one major concern in particular. It is a public health threat that I know is deeply concerning for families and communities across this country. And that is the epidemic of sexual violence on our college campuses. Mr. President, 1 out of 5 women and 1 out of 71 men are sexually assaulted while in college. In 2013 alone, college campuses reported 5,000 forcible sex offenses, and a recent study indicated that number could be much greater. So there should be no question that sexual violence on our campuses is a great, widespread, and unacceptable problem. One that I expect that any incoming Secretary of Education to be informed about, to be concerned about, and committed unequivocally to confronting head-on. Mr. President, much of the discussion so far has been about a commitment of a Secretary of Education to our public K-12 system, and serious concerns have been raised. But it is important to note in this debate that the Secretary of Education also has responsibility over our higher education institutions. And in our hearing, Besy DeVos actually agreed with me that President Trump's horrifically offensive leaked comments from 2005 describe sexual assault. She was clear. But I was deeply disappointed, to say the least, in Mrs. DeVos's responses to simple questions about whether she would seek to continue the Obama administration work to protect students and stand with survivors. When she was asked whether she would uphold the guidance issued under the Obama administration to hold schools accountable for stronger, more effective investigations of sexual assault, she wouldn't commit to that. She would not commit to that. And when I asked her whether she would continue key transparency measures, like weekly public reports on active investigations into potentially mishandled sexual assault cases, she dodged the question. Now, these answers are especially concerning given that Mrs. DeVos has gone so far as to donate to an organization dedicated to rolling back efforts to better support survivors and increase accountability. Let me tell you that again. Mrs. DeVos has gone so far as to donate to an organization dedicated to rolling back efforts to better support survivors and increase accountability. Mr. President, let's be clear. The epidemic of sexual assault on our college campuses means that in states across the country, students' basic human rights are being violated. I am deeply proud to see the work that has been done on this issue over the last few years. Survivors have bravely stepped up to make clear they expect far better from their schools and their communities. And by speaking out, by being courageous and speaking out, they have shown other survivors they're not alone. Key university leaders have made fighting campus sexual assault a top priority by developing new partnerships in their communities and prioritizing prevention. New measures to increase transparency and awareness went into effect in 2013, thanks to the reauthorization of the Violence Against Women Act. Mr. President, these are hard-won steps forward on an issue where some Democrats and Republicans have finally been able to find common ground, and there's much more to do. The next Department of Education should not be standing on the sidelines, much less taking us backwards on an issue that is so critical to students' safety on campus. So I hope, as my colleagues are listening to the debate here today, tonight, and tomorrow, that they consider what Mrs. DeVos's leadership at the Department of Education means on this issue, the issue of making sure that men and women on our college campuses can go there to learn and not be worried about being a victim of sexual assault and having nowhere to turn and not having the confidence that their voices will be taken seriously. Now, Mr. President, on another area, nominees for Secretary of Education have largely been people over the past who are very committed to our students, who had long careers dedicated to education, and who were focused on keeping public education strong for all of our students and for all of our communities. Public education, a core principle that our country was founded on, that no matter who you are, where you come from, or how much money you have, this country is going to make sure that all young people get an education. That's how our country's been strong in the past. It's how our country's been has to be in the future. Free public education. Well, Besy DeVos is a very different nominee. She has spent her career and her fortune rigging the system to privatize and defund public education, which will hurt students and communities across our country. Now, she is not personally connected to public schools, except, by the way, through her work over the years trying to tear them down. And she's committed herself for decades to an extreme ideological goal to push students out of our public schools and weaken public education. Now, I can talk at length about Besy DeVos's record of failure and her devastating impact on students, but all people really need to do is watch her hearing in our Health, Education, Labor, and Pensions Committee. Just go back and watch the hearing. This was a hearing that people across the country heard about, and for good reason. From local newspapers to local news to The Daily Show to The View, and posts that really went viral on social media. A lot of people in our country heard Besy DeVos for the first time in that hearing, and they were not impressed. She refused to rule out slashing investments in our public schools. She was confused that federal law provides protection for students with disabilities. She did not understand a basic issue in education policy or the debate surrounding whether students should be measured based on their proficiency or their growth. She argued, as we've all heard, that guns needed to be allowed in schools across the country to, quote, protect from grizzlies. And even though she was willing to say that President Trump's behavior towards women should be considered sexual assault, as I just talked about, she would not commit to actually enforcing federal law protecting women and girls in our schools. Mr. President, her hearing, quite frankly, was a disaster. And it was so clear to millions of families how little she really understood about education issues. I have to tell you, as a former preschool teacher myself and a former school board member, someone who got my start in politics fighting for strong public schools, as a senator committed to standing strong for public education in America, as a mother and a grandmother who really cares deeply about the future of our students in our schools, I know that we can and we must do better for our children and our students and our parents and our teachers. The decision that we are making here on whether to confirm Besy DeVos for Education Secretary will help set the course for our public education system for years to come. So I hope again that our colleagues are listening to this debate and thinking about it and not just voting rotely on this. This is so important. And quite frankly, Mr. President, I really am disappointed that our Republican colleagues have moved us so fast into this debate. I've been in the Senate a long time, and I know that what the usual practices are when we go through hearings and listen to nominees from presidents that are Republican and Democrat, and Republican majorities and Democratic majorities. I was here when the Senate was 50-50. And there are practices that we have to make sure that all senators get the information that they need so they can make a wise decision with their vote that they will be held accountable for. And quite frankly, the usual practices here were really being ignored. The right thing to do was being ignored. This nominee was jammed through like I have seen none other. Corners being cut. The minority was being brushed aside. And I really think that's wrong. Earlier this month, Republicans on the Health, Education, Labor, and Pensions Committee scheduled Mrs. DeVos's hearing, even though she had not yet finished her standard ethics and paperwork. And even though she had not, and still, by the way, has not answered my questions about her financial disclosures to our committee. In fact, when we started the hearing, the Republican chairman, the senior senator from Tennessee, who I have worked with greatly, we worked together to pass the replacement of No Child Left Behind. I have a tremendous amount of respect from him, but I was shocked and surprised when he preemptively declared that he would be limiting questions to each senator for just 5 minutes. A shocking and disappointing breach of committee tradition, clearly intended to limit public scrutiny. Mrs. DeVos is a billionaire. She has extraordinarily complicated and opaque finances, both in her own holdings as well as those in her immediate family. We know that she has invested in education companies, for-profit companies, for decades. Over 100 conflicts were identified. Her ethics paperwork raises questions about the company that she plans to remain invested in. And she still, by the way, has not fully answered my questions about her committee paperwork. Mr. President, as I told the Republican chairman at our markup, the process that has taken place on Mrs. DeVos's nomination is a massive break in the tradition of this body. We should not have had a vote in this committee until all senators had received appropriate responses to reasonable questions, and until a second hearing was held so that senators could get these serious concerns and do our jobs scrutinizing the nominee. Understand, we had a hearing, we're limited to 5 minutes each, and we did not have all of the paperwork, so we could not do our homework to make sure we were asking the questions we needed that needed to have a public debate. So again, Mr. President, that is another reason why I am deeply concerned about this nominee. We do not yet know whether there are conflicts of interest. For a Secretary of Education who wields tremendous power over our K-12 system and our higher education system, and as we all know, there have been tremendous questions over the past decade about access to higher education, whether you go to a college and get the degree that you've been promised, and whether or not institutes have been responsible and accountable, and how we as the Senate and House can come together to make sure that when a student takes out a student loan or invests in a higher education institution, they know that they are getting their money worth, and if there are taxpayer dollars involved, that the taxpayers are getting their money's worth as well. So conflict of interest is extremely important to this nominee, and to this point right now, here we are voting tomorrow, and we don't have the answers to those questions. So these are just a few things. I've been out here on the floor to talk about them. We've heard from many of our other colleagues. And it is no surprise to me that this has lit a firestorm across the country. Having a Secretary of Education, someone who is responsible for our children's education. Schools are a center of our community. Community members own those schools in their minds. This is where they send their kids to school, where they have basketball games, music, concerts. It's where the community comes together. Yes, we all complain about public education, who hasn't? But at the end of the day, we love our local schools, and we want them to know that the Secretary of Education, highest person in the land to oversee them, has that love too, and is there because they want to make them better, not because they want to tear them down. So yes, this nominee has taken off like no other because of her hearing, because of her conflicts, because she has attacked and gone after basic public education that so many people are proud of in their own communities and want to make them better. So I, like everybody else, has heard from many of my constituents more than I can ever remember in my entire Senate career. This has ignited a public storm. And I want to share some of those stories from my constituents who have reached out and urged me to vote against Besy DeVos because they know better than anybody why their school is so important to them, why their teachers are so important to them, why their children's public education is so important to them. One of the major concerns I continue to hear from my constituents is her disconnect from the working class. A woman from Marysville, Washington said, Besy DeVos, a billionaire herself, doesn't represent the working class, and certainly not her family's experience with public education. Besy DeVos never attended public school or even sent her own children to public school. In Olympia, in my state, an employee at a high-poverty public school says she works with some of the most in-need children in the area. She is very concerned that Besy DeVos's push towards a privatized public school system would only benefit those in wealthy communities and leave her most vulnerable students behind. And she believes Besy DeVos would absolutely not look out for their best interests. Mr. President, in our rural communities, there is no private school to get that voucher and send your kids to. The policies that she is pushing only means that those schools will have taxpayer dollars taken away from them to send to other kids with vouchers to go to private schools who live nearby or have the additional resources to use those vouchers to go to school. A teacher in Seattle wrote to me with a story that I can't get out of my head, and it really inspires me to keep going in this fight. This teacher serves preschoolers with special needs who face a number of challenges. She teaches at a Title I school where most families are low income, and many of them are immigrants and non-native English speakers. And she believes her children deserve access to the best educators out there, and that if DeVos's agenda was put in place, a system of privatized public education, her students would be failed. Because without strong public schools, we would fail students that are low income or living with disabilities or impacted by trauma or who belong to racial or ethnic minorities. She says Besy DeVos does not have her students' best interests in mind, and her students deserve the best, as I believe all of our students do. No matter their financial status, their race, their religion, or any other difference they might have from their peers. Mr. President, a mother in North Bend wrote to me, expressing her worry that vouchers only benefit the wealthy, leaving the middle class and poor without the benefit of a good education. Being part of a middle-class family herself, she's proud that her first grader is already mastering addition and subtraction and reading and writing complete sentences, all because of her local public school. And my constituent in Auburn said that money and zip code should not determine who gets a better education. And she said Besy DeVos's worrisome policies would make that the case. She strongly urged me to reject a nominee who doesn't look out for those who are most in need. A man in Kelso wrote, saying that the public school system is what ensures we all get a good education. It's what gives so many parents hope that their child can have a better life than they had. That public education is the great equalizer for everyone to have a chance to succeed. And I couldn't agree more. Those are just a few of the letters I've got about people who are worried that the nominees push for taking public tax dollars and using them for private schools and for-profit schools only, and robbing our public schools of the resources they need will not be the right choice for public education. I want to share a few other of my constituents who wrote me regarding Besy DeVos's nomination. One of them was from Seattle, and she emphasized how important it is to her that our Secretary of Education be dedicated to providing a quality education to all students and strengthening our public education institutes. She strongly believes that Besy DeVos will not be that kind of secretary. A retired teacher in Federal Way asked me to work as hard as I can to protect public education because she believes every child's right to a free and quality publication is at risk with Besy DeVos's nomination. And many constituents expressed their disbelief that the nominee for Secretary of Education has absolutely no experience in public education. Her children never even attended a public school. One, a teacher in Bellingham, is fearful of an education secretary who doesn't truly understand what the needs of kids look like today. She asked how someone with no experience can be expected to lead our country's education system. A woman in Puyallup wrote to me saying that education is the greatest gift we can give to our children. And she thinks that confirming Besy DeVos with her plans to weaken public education will rob so many children of that gift. Mr. President, those are just a few of the letters I'm getting. There are many more. And later this evening, I will be reading from some of those letters because they tell the story better than I do. I know some of our colleagues are wondering why this woman set off such a firestorm when her nomination came up, and why so many people are calling and writing and rallying and letting their voices heard. It's not easy to rally the public. This came from within. This came from many people in this country who understand, as so many of us do, that public education and the right to an education, free education, is critical and fundamental and a core philosophy of this country that all of us want to be successful and want to be great again. To have a Secretary of Education who doesn't agree with that, who in fact promotes the exact opposite, who has said that our public education system is a dead end, who has proposed, promoted, and paid for campaigns to take public tax dollars to send to private for-profit schools, that's not what our country was built on. It's not the foundation that our forefathers put out in front of us that said we are going to build a system unlike any other, where no matter who you are or where you come from or how much money you have or what you look like, in this country, we're going to make sure you get an education, a free education, paid for by all of us, to go to school in your community and to be who you want to be. That's a dream of this country. And we will not stand by and watch a Secretary of Education and give our votes to a Secretary of Education who does not share that philosophy. Mr. President, that's why there's a firestorm. That's why parents and teachers and students and grandparents and community leaders and superintendents from across the country are writing and calling us and asking us to vote no. It's not too late. If we have one more Republican who votes no, then we will be able to say to the President, Mr. President, we reject this nominee and we ask that you send us one that will work with all of us to make sure that our public education system is a core principle of this country, is valued by this country, and is pursued by the top person in the Department of Education, our Secretary of Education. It's not too late. So with that, Mr. President, I have many more letters that I'll be reading later. I know some of our other colleagues will be over here. But again, I just ask everyone to stop and think. This is a critical nomination. It has hit a chord in our country because people do care. They want our country to be strong. They want this country to be great, and they know that our public education system is an absolutely critical part of that. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor, and I suggest the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Alexander.
Mr. President.
Senator from Minnesota.
Mr. President, I ask that the quorum call be vitiated.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise this evening in opposition to the nomination of Besy DeVos to be our next Secretary of Education. This is one of the most important jobs in our government. The Department of Education bears the responsibility for making sure that every child in America has the opportunity to fulfill his or her potential, which means that the Secretary of Education has an enormous amount of power to shape our nation's future. So this is not a job for amateurs. President Obama's first Secretary of Education was Arne Duncan, who had spent 7.5 years building a record of accomplishment as CEO of Chicago's public school system, previous to which he had been the director of a mentoring program and the founder of a charter school. When Secretary Duncan stepped down, he was replaced by Dr. John King Jr., the recipient of a doctorate in education administrative practice, who had served as deputy secretary under Arne Duncan, and who had been previously the education commissioner for the state of New York. Each brought to the job a background in public education that informed their understanding of what students and parents and teachers and administrators need in order to succeed. Which brings me to Besy DeVos. There were reasons to be skeptical about Mrs. DeVos's nomination right off the bat. As my Republican colleague, Senator Collins of Maine, put it, the mission of the Department of Education is broad, but supporting public education is at its core. Well, in Mrs. DeVos, President Trump sent us a nominee with no experience in public education. Mrs. DeVos has never been a public school superintendent, or a public school principal, or a public school teacher. She has never attended a public school. She has never sent a child to a public school. Mrs. DeVos has no formal background in education, no classroom experience, and no demonstrated commitment to supporting public education whatsoever. In fact, Mrs. DeVos has a long history of actively undermining public education. She and her family have spent millions of dollars advocating for an ideology that would steal funds from public schools in order to fund private and religious education. Let's take a moment to talk about what that means. Mrs. DeVos ran a political action committee called All Children Matter, which spent millions in campaign contributions to promote the use of taxpayer dollars for school vouchers. The argument was that these vouchers would allow low-income students to leave the public school system and attend the private or religious school of their family's choice. Mrs. DeVos has described this as school choice, claiming that it would give parents the chance to choose the best school for their children, but that's just not how it works. In reality, most school vouchers don't cover the full cost of private school tuition, nor do they cover additional expenses like transportation, school uniforms, and other supplies, which means the vouchers don't create more choices for low-income families. They simply subsidize existing choices for families who could already afford to pay for private school. And as it happens, we have a real-life test case that we can look at to determine whether Mrs. DeVos' argument holds water. Mrs. DeVos helped develop a voucher program in the state of Indiana. And guess what happened? Today, more than half of the students in the Hoosier state who receive vouchers never actually attended Indiana public schools in the first place, which means their families were already in a position to pay for private schools. Indeed, vouchers are going to families earning as much as $150,000 a year. Now, I'm sure these families appreciated the extra help, but as of 2015, nearly half of Indiana children relied on free and reduced price lunch programs. These are the kids Mrs. DeVos claimed would be helped by school vouchers. Instead, taxpayer dollars were taken away from public schools that remain the only choice for these low-income families and given to families who could already afford private school, who were already sending their kids to private school. That is the reality of school vouchers. And that's why, after Mrs. DeVos developed a similar proposal for a voucher program in Pennsylvania, and an analysis projected that, just like in Indiana, the vouchers would mostly benefit kids already enrolled in private schools, voters rejected it on multiple occasions. And yet, Mrs. DeVos and her family have continued their fight for school vouchers. In fact, she has been such a fervent advocate that her political action committee, All Children Matter, received the largest fine for violating election law in Ohio's state history, a $5.3 million fine that nearly a decade later she still hasn't paid. Now, why do this? The evidence is clear that Mrs. DeVos' voucher obsession doesn't help low-income families. Quite the contrary, it represents a serious threat to the public school system, a system that 90% of our children rely on, but that Mrs. DeVos described as a, quote, a dead end. The truth is that Mrs. DeVos's education advocacy isn't really about education at all. She described her goal as follows: to advance God's kingdom. Now, many families choose to send their children to religious schools, and many children receive an excellent education at religious schools. But it's the school's part that the Secretary of Education is supposed to focus on, and that's not the part that Mrs. DeVos and her family have put at the forefront of their advocacy. Mrs. DeVos spent a decade serving on the board of the Acton Institute, which seeks to infuse religion into public life, beginning with public education. She and her family have devoted millions to promote the Institute's work, including promoting ideas like this, quote, "We must use the doctrine of religious liberty to gain independence for Christian schools until we train up a generation of people who know that there is no religious neutrality, no neutral law, no neutral education, and no neutral civil government. Then they will get busy in constructing a Bible-based social, political, and religious order which finally denies the religious liberty of the enemies of God." Those are the words of Gary North, a Christian dominionist for whom the Acton Institute served as a forum. Of course, not everyone who believes in the potential of parochial school shares his view, but this is the kind of stuff Mrs. DeVos and her family have spent millions and millions of dollars promoting. It's fine for someone to hold strong religious views and to advocate for those views and to spend their family fortune encouraging others to adopt them. But it's entirely fair to ask whether the mission of building a Bible-based social, political, and religious order is compatible with the mission of the Department of Education. So yes, based on Mrs. DeVos's radical ideology, I was skeptical when her nomination was sent to the Senate. But I understand that others in this body may not have shared my discomfort. Within this chamber, we have important differences when it comes to education policy, and for that matter, the appropriateness of using taxpayer funds to advance God's kingdom. And you know what? That's fine. But we all have the exact same responsibility when it comes to vetting the president's cabinet nominees. Each of us is called upon to determine not just whether we agree with the nominee's ideology, but whether that nominee is free from relevant conflicts of interest, and critically, whether the nominee is competent, whether he or she is capable of doing the job. Making that call is our job. And that's why we have the process that we have. It's why we ask to see nominees' financial information. It's why we ask them to submit written answers to questionnaires about their experience and their record. And it's why we have them come to the Senate to sit in front of committees and to answer our questions. And unfortunately, during her hearing, Mrs. DeVos proved beyond a shadow of a doubt not only that her ideology is fundamentally incompatible with the mission of the Department of Education, but that she is fundamentally incompetent to be its leader. Throughout the hearing, she was unable to answer basic questions about her views on important issues. She was unfamiliar with basic concepts of education policy. And she was unwilling to make basic commitments to continue the department's work on behalf of our most vulnerable children. Now, let me give you one example of what I mean. During my 5 minutes of questioning, I asked Mrs. DeVos to weigh in on the debate about measuring growth versus measuring proficiency. I'm going to take a few moments right now to make sure that everyone here and everyone watching at home understands what this debate is about and just how central it is to the future of education policy. The difference between the two approaches, proficiency and growth, is very easy to explain. Let's say a 5th grade teacher has a student who comes into the classroom reading at a 2nd grade level. And over the course of the school year, the teacher brings the student up to a 4th grade level. If we're measuring growth, we'd say, well, that teacher brought that student up 2 grade levels in 1 year. That teacher is a hero. If we're measuring for proficiency, we'd say, well, that student is still reading below grade level. That teacher is a failure. That's the difference between measuring growth and measuring proficiency. It took me all of, 30 seconds to explain that. But I could spend all night talking about what this debate means for students, teachers, school leaders, and our entire education system. Everyone agrees that there should be accountability in our education system, accountability for school systems, accountability for schools, accountability for classroom teachers. We want to know that we're getting results. That was the core idea behind all the standardized testing in No Child Left Behind. The problem was that No Child Left Behind set up a system in which we assess student learning by measuring proficiency and only proficiency. And as the law was implemented, all sorts of problems emerged from taking this approach. For example, teachers in Minnesota would tell me how measuring proficiency would lead to what they called a race to the middle. See, measuring proficiency only measures whether or not students are performing at grade level, this line of proficiency, at grade level. And a teacher is measured by what percentage of her students are, or his students are above proficiency or at proficiency. And teachers did not get credit for helping kids who were already well above grade level to perform better. And they didn't get credit for helping kids who are way below grade level start to catch up. So we had this race to the middle, because it's a yes or no question. Did this student achieve proficiency or not? And a teacher's entire career could depend on how many of his or her students met that arbitrary goal. So under this system, Mr. President, understand this, please. A teacher had a strong incentive to ignore all the students at the top who were already going to meet proficiency. No matter what you did to that kid was going to beat proficiency in the No Child Left Behind test at the end of the year. And an incentive to ignore all the kids at the bottom. Because no matter what you did, that student wouldn't reach proficiency. The only thing, or one of the only things I liked about No Child Left Behind was the name. And we were leaving behind the kids at the top and the kids at the bottom because of proficiency, the insistence on proficiency. I can't overstate how central this issue is to education. And I can't tell you how important it is to educators across America. If you talk to any state education secretary, any district superintendent, any local school board member, any principal, any classroom teacher, and heck, parents, they will have an opinion on measuring growth versus measuring proficiency. So when Mrs. DeVos came before the Help Committee, I asked her opinion on this very basic this extremely basic, extremely important question. And she had no idea what I was talking about. Let me be clear. She wasn't reluctant to declare her opinion. She wasn't trying to strike a middle ground. She did not know what I was talking about. We would not accept a Secretary of Defense who couldn't name the branches of the military. We wouldn't accept a Secretary of State who couldn't identify Europe on a map. We wouldn't accept a Treasury Secretary who doesn't understand multiplication. In fact, in nearly any circumstances, if a candidate for a job is asked a question that basic and that important and simply whiffs on it the way that Mrs. DeVos did, there's no second question. Just a thank you for your time, we'll let you know, and will you please send in the next candidate? You know, earlier this year, the University of Minnesota hired a new head football coach. I wasn't there for the interview, but imagine if the first question a candidate for the football coach of your university was as follows: how many yards does it take to get a first down? And imagine if the candidate answers as follows: thank you for your question, Mr. Athletic Director. I can pledge with you that I will work very hard to get as many first downs as possible, to make sure we hope leading to touchdowns. That wasn't the question. The question was, how many yards does it take to get a first down? Well, thank you again for the question. I can tell you this: I will look forward to working with you to prevent the other team from getting first downs also. Understand, that's how basic my question to Mrs. DeVos was, and that's how shocking it was that she simply didn't know enough about education policy to answer it. This inexplicable failure alone was enough for me to conclude that Mrs. DeVos lacked the knowledge and understanding that should be a bare minimum for anyone seeking the position. But the entire hearing was a showcase for her lack of qualifications. If any of my colleagues didn't have a chance to watch it, haven't had a chance to watch, Mr. President, I would urge you and anyone who hasn't had, any of my colleagues who hasn't had a chance to watch it, I urge you to do so before casting a vote for this nominee. It was one of the most embarrassing scenes I've witnessed during my time in the United States Senate. In fact, I believe it may have been one of the most embarrassing performances by a nominee in the history of the United States Senate. Asked about the right of children with disabilities to get a quality public education, she didn't know that this right is protected by a federal law, the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act. Asked about guns in schools, she suggested that maybe schools should be kept on hand in case grizzly bears attack. This was in answer to a question from Senator Murphy, who in Congress represented Sandy Hook, who as a senator represents those parents. That was her answer to him. Asked about whether she would hold private and parochial schools that get taxpayer funding to the same standard of accountability as public schools, she couldn't or wouldn't say. Asked about a family foundation that has donated millions of dollars to an organization promoting conversion therapy for LGBT youth, she claimed she had no involvement, which is ridiculous, even if Mrs. DeVos's own role as vice president of that foundation was a 13-year clerical error, as she now claims. She herself has donated approximately $75,000 to support that anti-LGBT organization's work. Now understand, none of these were difficult questions. None of these were gotchas. And all of these failures took place during a single 5-minute per senator round of questioning. Because after that first round, the hearing was cut off and our chairman refused to allow any further questioning. By the way, I'd like to say a word about that move to cut off questioning. I have great respect for the chairman of the Help Committee, Lamar Alexander. We worked together, and he worked with Patty together on the reauthorization of No Child Left Behind, changing it to ESSA, the Every Student Succeeds Act. I respect the chairman tremendously. But his decision to end that hearing was wrong, and his rationale was simply false. Our chairman insisted that because both Secretary Duncan and Secretary King had been subject to only a single round of questions, there was a precedent to deny the minority a second round of questioning of Mrs. DeVos. That simply isn't so. First of all, as I discussed earlier, both Arne Duncan and John King were experienced education professionals with long records of public service. Even if Republican members had occasion to disagree with them on policy matters, there was no question that their backgrounds had prepared them for the job of Secretary of Education. And that's the bigger point here. There were no further questions. In both cases, committee members weren't denied the opportunity for a second round of questioning. They simply chose not to engage in one. Indeed, when I asked the Congressional Research Service, they confirmed that those hearings did not establish the precedent that our chairman claimed. Instead of allowing us to question Mrs. DeVos further, the chairman invited us to submit additional questions in writing, presumably so that she'd get some help from her Trump administration handlers in answering them. Even so, her written responses only served to further expose her own lack of understanding of how education policy affects Americans. For example, I asked Mrs. DeVos in writing about the effect of trauma and adverse childhood experiences on education. This is a subject I've been interested in for a long time. A lot of kids in our country live in extreme poverty. Some may have a parent in prison or a parent who has passed away. These kids may also experience physical abuse or emotional abuse or neglect. There may be some drug or alcohol abuse taking place in the house. Some have witnessed domestic violence in their homes or street violence in their neighborhoods. Some have seen siblings shot and killed right in front of them. Decades of research have shown that the trauma that comes from such adverse childhood experiences actually changes a child's brain chemistry and affects their behavioral development, their mental and physical health, and their chances to succeed in society, in school, and in society long term. But research has also shown that these challenges can be overcome, and that the kids who do overcome them are the most resilient kids you've ever met. Our public education system was designed to give these kids a shot. But teachers and administrators often lack the resources they need to give these children the chance that they deserve. And because Mrs. DeVos's crusade for school vouchers would further rob our public schools of these limited funds, I wanted to know her thoughts on this important issue. Mrs. DeVos's answer, a written answer, this is a take-home. Her answer was brief and superficial. She wrote that she had heard that children are impacted by trauma and that trauma can cause difficulties in a child's education. That was it. Was she unfamiliar with the literature? Was she unwilling to acknowledge that poor kids face special challenges? Would she be remotely interested in addressing these challenges as Secretary of Education? I guess we may never know. I also asked Mrs. DeVos in writing about her vision for education in rural communities. As the president knows, the governor and now senator from South Dakota, many of our children in America attend schools in rural America, 10 million American kids. Schools that struggle with teacher shortages and transportation challenges. I asked how would her school choice agenda help them. In her response, she pointed to online schools, which are often run by for-profit companies, many with questionable records. In fact, one of the country's biggest online schools recently agreed to a $168.5 million settlement in California for allegedly defrauding families. $168.5 million settlement. But even online schools that aren't out to rip off students often wind up failing them. A 2015 Stanford study showed that on average, kids in online schools lose the equivalent of 72 days of learning in reading and 180 days of learning in math, and that's for each 180-day school year. Which means that kids in online schools can fall up to a year behind in math. And of course, as the presiding officer knows, as the president knows, many rural communities lack reliable broadband and access to I've been on rural education tours where I find that students go to a McDonald's, to the parking lot, so they can get some Wi-Fi to read at their public school an assignment or get materials to study. This was yet another answer that wasn't an answer at all, yet another piece of evidence that Ms. DeVos is simply not up to this job. Mr. President, like many Americans, I have serious concerns about many aspects of the Trump administration's agenda. Still, I believe that as a United States Senator, it is my job to evaluate each nominee on his or her own merits. That's why I voted for nominees like Secretary Mattis and Secretary Chao, even though I disagree with them on important issues. General Mattis, for example, has nearly a half-century of military service under his belt, and he has earned the respect of leaders on both sides of the aisle, and I believe he will be a much-needed voice of reason on the Trump administration's foreign policy team. Ms. Chao has a lengthy background in public service, including as Secretary of Labor and Deputy Secretary of Transportation. And I believe she will bring significant and valuable experience to her important role. I may well take issue with the decisions that they make and the agenda that they implement as members of President Trump's cabinet, but at the very least, each illustrated during their confirmation hearings that they have a basic understanding of the issues that they will be responsible for. Mrs. DeVos is different. I've heard from Minnesotans about many of President Trump's nominees, but the outcry over this nomination far surpasses anything else. As of a week ago, my office had received 3,000 calls about this nominee. A grand total of 12 were in favor of her confirmation. Additionally, we received more than 18,000 letters and emails, and again, the overwhelming majority of them have urged me to oppose this nomination. For example, a woman from Brainerd, Minnesota, wrote to say that she'd never contacted one of her representatives before and didn't consider herself very political. In fact, she was neither a Democrat nor a Republican. But she has a daughter in second grade and a son beginning kindergarten in the fall, and she wanted me to vote against Besy DeVos. How, she asked, is someone who's never had any experience in public education supposed to competently preside over it? A mother of two public school students in Faribault, Minnesota, wrote of Mrs. DeVos, as I watched her during the hearing, I was in disbelief that she would be appointed to such an important position. Another constituent from Warren, Minnesota, wrote, this woman is so unqualified, it's scary. Last week, I went to dinner with Vice President Walter Mondale. I went to his favorite restaurant. And so afterwards, he took me into the kitchen to greet some of the men and women who worked at the restaurant. And one of the guys in the kitchen, I'm a little unclear of this, whether he was taking dishes to the dishwasher or he was washing dishes. He's not a teacher, he's not an education advocate, just a guy who works in the kitchen. And he said, please vote against Mrs. DeVos. There's a reason why this nomination has been met with such overwhelming resistance on the part of the American people, and I know I'm not the only one who has heard it. In fact, two of my Republican colleagues and fellow Help Committee members who sat through that hearing, Senator Collins and Senator Murkowski, have stepped forward to announce that they cannot vote for this nominee. They don't agree with me on every aspect of education policy, but believe me, when we put ESSA together, the Every Student Succeeds Act, the committee, was it unanimous? Voted unanimously on that. There's a lot of agreement on education policy on our committee. But Senator Collins and Senator Murkowski saw the same hearing that I did. And like me, they saw a nominee who simply does not understand the needs of the students our Secretary of Education is supposed to serve. I'll let my colleagues speak for themselves as to the reasons why they'll be joining me in voting against this nominee. But I'd like to close by asking a few questions of my colleagues who are still considering a vote in her favor. If Mrs. DeVos's performance didn't convince you that she lacks the qualifications for this job, what would have to have happened in that hearing in order to convince you? If you cannot bring yourself to vote against this nominee, is there anyone President Trump could nominate for any position that you could vote against? And if we cannot set party loyalty aside long enough to perform the essential duty of vetting the president's nominees, what are we even doing here? Mr. President, the Constitution gives us that power to reject cabinet nominations specifically so that we can prevent fundamentally ill-equipped nominees like Besy DeVos from assuming positions of power for which they are not qualified. Let's do our job. For the sake of our children, let's do our job. I yield the floor.
The senator from Rhode Island.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to add a few Rhode Island voices to the voice of the senator from Minnesota. I have a letter here. By the way, I'm not cherry-picking my correspondence to find the rare letters in opposition to this nominee. We have had an unprecedented avalanche of opposition to this nominee. It's running well more than 100 to 1 against her, and it's people from all walks of life. Here's a letter from William, who's a 12th grader in Pawtucket, Rhode Island. William took the trouble to write to me. Hello, Senator Whitehouse. Let me start with the topic line, concern over Besy DeVos. Hello, Senator Whitehouse. My name is William, and I am a senior at Blackstone Academy Charter School, a public charter school in Pawtucket, Rhode Island. I'm contacting you today due to my concern about educational equality, specifically Mrs. DeVos' ability to commit to practices that ensure that the children who need the most help aren't forgotten about and brushed under the rug. These children are our kids of color, as well as our low-income kids attending urban public schools with limited resources. Having attended a Pawtucket public school, I can confidently say that there are some genuinely brilliant minds here in this very city, in the areas where somebody like Ms. DeVos would least expect. Yet, it also cannot be denied that the students here begin their journey on ground that is unequal to that of other kids who are not people of color or are not part of the public school system, etc. These bright young saplings are being crushed before they are given the chance to blossom, and that is a systemic problem that Ms. DeVos, given her various shortcomings, will only serve to perpetuate and make worse. Ms. DeVos, given her support of the privatization of public schools and her open disdain towards the LGBT community has established that she will not improve the experiences of marginalized communities. Her interest is not the betterment of education for people, but the monetization of education to put money in her pockets and the pockets of people like her. Ms. DeVos will never spearhead movements that promote equity in education and will continuously disappoint us all throughout her term, which will not be defined by deviating from the status quo and creating a system that our troubled but gifted youth can thrive in. In fact, she will do the opposite. With this in mind, I ask that you, Senator Whitehouse, openly speak out against Ms. DeVos and do everything in your power to keep her out of the Secretary of Education office. I also ask that you continue to remember me and children like me, public school youth who could be incredible if they are just given the opportunity to thrive. Thank you for your time, William. Now let's hear from Denaja, 10th grader from Central Falls, Rhode Island. Dear Senator Sheldon Whitehouse, my name is Denaja, and I'm in 10th grade at Blackstone Academy Charter School, which is a public charter school. I live in Central Falls, Rhode Island. I'm writing today because I'm concerned about kids being able to afford college, regardless of background. I care about this because I have plenty of family members and friends that go to public school, and they either want or are trying to go to college. I know they will need help with paying for college because they don't come from a very wealthy background. Fair and equal education is so important to me because I think everybody should be treated fairly, regardless of how they look, because we are humans. I am concerned about Besy DeVos being nominated for Secretary of Education because she doesn't have any experience with classrooms. Also, because she basically doesn't like public schools, since she is trying to make public school private and is trying to take resources away from public schools. With that being said, I hope you do everything you can to help the kids in public school get equal education and fair education as much as private schools do. Please read my email when you can, and I would like to thank you for your time. Sincerely, Denaja. Next is Sarah. She also lives in the city of Central Falls. I'm writing today because I'm concerned about the education in the public schools in my city. The students in Central Falls are not given the education they deserve in the environment of Central Falls as of schools in other districts. This is important to me because my younger brother is a disabled boy, and it worries me that he won't continue to get the education he deserves. I'm very concerned about the nominee, Besy DeVos, because she has zero experience in the role of Secretary of Education, and there are videos on almost any social media, as well as YouTube, to prove it, and it clearly shows she has no experience and will put our education, or I'll say future, at risk. Please, Senator, I hope you can do everything you can to prevent her nomination. Thank you. Sincerely, Sarah. The last one I'll read is from Jennifer, in the 10th grade at Blackstone Academy Charter School again, from Pawtucket. I'm writing today because I'm concerned about students in public schools not receiving the same and fair education students in charter and private schools have. I care about students in public schools because I want every student to have the privilege of receiving fair and equal education as I have the chance to. Fair and equal education is so important to me because I'm a Latina and a woman of color. I deserve the same equal and fair education as every other individual. I want my siblings who go to a public school to receive the same education and resources I get. I am concerned about Besy DeVos, that she will take that privilege away from students in public schools. I hope you do everything you can to prevent Besy DeVos from taking this privilege away from students in public schools. Thank you for your time. Now, there are more letters that I could read, but one point I'd like to make here is that these are students writing from charter schools. In the flood of opposition to this nominee that we have seen from Rhode Island, it has included teachers, managers, and students in charter schools. There has been a notion developed that this is a battle between public schools and charter schools, and that public schools aren't good, but they want to trap children in them, and that charter schools are the way out, and that Ms. DeVos is going to lead us off into that charter school happy land. Well, the fact of the matter is it's not that simple. We have great charter schools in Rhode Island, and we have some great public schools in Rhode Island. We have both. But the charter school leaders are opposed to her nomination. Why is that? It's in part because the transition from charter to public schools can be done fairly or it can be done unfairly. And in all of her work, Ms. DeVos has shown that she would do it unfairly. There is an obvious, what demographers would call selection bias between the kids who turn up in a charter school that they have to select to go into and the kids who are still in the public school that is left behind. The selection bias is based on all sorts of different reasons. It could be as simple as they have more engaged parents. The parents are interested enough in their education to take the trouble to sign them up for the charter school, and that creates a slightly different demographic than the ones who are left behind. And it helps the charter school population, and it makes it easier for the charter school. Charter schools have authority that public schools don't have with respect to discipline. Indeed, the ability to remove children and return them to the public schools. They're able to force students to sign contracts and agreements regarding their behavior. Public schools can't do that. Again, that confers an advantage on the charter school that a public school doesn't have. Children with disabilities often get immense support through the public school system. When they try to go to the charter school, they see that the supports for children with disabilities aren't there. And so it doesn't make sense to move to a charter school. So the charter schools tend to get a smaller population of children with disabilities. So they don't have that additional expense of dealing with and meeting a child wherever their abilities and disabilities are. But the public school keeps that expense. In Rhode Island, we have people flooding into Providence. We teach kids who speak something like 70 original languages in our Providence public schools. A new immigrant is going to go to the public school. That's where they go. It's going to take them time to get settled and to learn about America and to pick up enough language to understand that a charter school exists, to make the choice to move their child there. And by the time they do, fine if they make the choice. But again, the public school had to be there for them. And again, it's an advantage to the charter school. All great for charter schools, but the idea that they're outperforming public schools and there's no recognition of that selection bias is just unfair to the public schools. It gets worse when you move from the selection bias on students to the funding. Because the way it often works, and the way it works in Rhode Island, is that the money follows the student. So if you're in the public school and you are selected for a charter school, then a certain stipend of money goes with you to support that charter school. The problem is that as that money gets taken out of the public school's budget, the costs in the public school didn't follow you to the charter school. The money followed you to the charter school, but many of the costs remained. If one child leaves a public school classroom and goes to a charter school, you still have to turn the lights on, you still have to hire the teacher, you still have to heat the building, you have maybe one less pencil and one less piece of paper in the room, but those are tiny costs. The fixed costs remain. And that is a very serious threat to public schools. And anybody who truly supports the charter school movement, as our charter schools do, has to understand, first, the selection bias problem, and understand that the testing and accountability has to be fair between public and charter schools. And second, this funding problem, that if you're simply pulling the money out of the public schools into charter schools and the costs are staying behind, what you're doing is crashing the revenues but leaving the expenses of public schools. And the public school students are, of course, going to suffer from that. And if you don't adjust for it, you're being unfair to the public schools and you're being unfair to the students. This is a serious enough problem that our Providence City Council is debating the issue right now and trying to figure out, as students move to charter schools, how do you provide adequate funding so you're not stripping the public schools of what they need to continue to teach the other students. And not only are they serious about it at the city council level, trying to figure out this budget equation, but Moody's, the service that looks at municipal budgets and determines how sound they are and rates municipalities, has looked at this problem of charter school movement and the remaining costs in public schools and identified it as a fiscal threat to municipalities. So these are both real problems. And the refusal of Ms. DeVos to grapple with them suggests to our charter school leaders and to me that this is not just an effort to enhance students and being able to go to a good charter school. This is actually an attack on public schools. Now, there are all sorts of reasons why somebody might want to knock down public schools. One is that they simply don't like teachers' unions. Teachers' unions tend to vote Democratic, let's face it. And if you want to cripple teachers' unions, destroy the schools they work in. Now, that's a really nasty reason to get into this charter school fight, but it's real and it's out there. A second is, if you want to bring for-profit investment into this space, a lot of money gets spent on education. People who can figure out how to make money in this space want to get their noses in, and to get a chunk of that money, when they come in, they may or may not do a good job, but they're highly profit motivated. And if you are interested in trying to facilitate them and to give them a money-making opportunity, then you may well want to damage public schools in order to support that move to for-profits. So this creates a fairly significant problem when you connect it to the next piece of Ms. DeVos's application here, and that's conflict of interest. One of the basic elements that we're here to look at in our advice and consent process is conflict of interest. Will the nominee be able to do a fair job? Will she be looking at things fair and square, or will she have conflicts of interest that impede the fair exercise of her judgment? Well, one place that we need to look for conflict of interest is when we have nominees who have run political dark money operations. This is a new thing for us. Not too long ago, we swore in a new president, President Barack Obama. And when we did, we had ethics rules, government ethics offices, filing requirements, and all of that in place. That was 2008. Then came the Citizens United decision, one of the worst decisions that 5 judges on the Supreme Court have ever made, and it opened up the floodgates of dark money. Well, this nominee is a practitioner of the dark arts of dark money. And we know nothing about what she has done. But the conflicts of interest ought to be pretty obvious. If you raised millions of dollars from people in your dark money operation, then there is an indebtedness there that somebody might think could be an appearance of impropriety or of conflict. We should know so that evaluation can be made. Or if you spent dark money in support of certain things, we again should know so that we can connect the dots and evaluate the linkages and see whether it's a conflict of interest. Well, we wrote to Ms. DeVos about this. The first letter was on January 5th, 2017. We got an answer, and the answer was spectacularly incomplete and unhelpful. So we wrote back a second letter on January 27th. And I'd like to just take a minute and read this letter because I think it explains our predicament. Elizabeth DeVos, Trump-Pence Transition Team, Pennsylvania Avenue, Washington, D.C. Dear Mrs. DeVos, thank you for your response of January 17th to our January 5th letter. Let me ask unanimous consent that the January 5th letter be made an exhibit at the end of my remarks.
Without objection.
Our January 5th letter requesting additional information on your vast political fundraising and spending network. Along with various responses and objections to our request, you produced a series of already public campaign finance reports related to the American Federation for Children Action Fund, a 527 organization, and its various state affiliates. For the reasons that follow, we view your response as, while sizable, non-responsive. We requested you provide information about two 501c4 organizations with which you've been associated, the American Federation for Children and the Great Lakes Education Fund. You acknowledged your association with these entities in your disclosures to the Office of Government Ethics. You also acknowledged in your letter to us that, and I quote, each organization with which you have been involved is independent, end quote. It is not clear what you mean by independent, since you have already acknowledged your association with these organizations. I hope you can appreciate how both fundraising and spending of these organizations, from whom, to whom, in what amounts, your personal role, might produce conflicts of interest in potential decisions before you, if you are confirmed, to serve as Secretary of the Department of Education. Our concerns are not hypothetical. As known contributors to your political organizations have had business before the Department of Education. For example, Vahan Gurigian. In 2010, Gurigian donated $100,000 to the American Federation for Children Action Fund. Mr. Gurigian founded and is the CEO of CSMI LLC, a Pennsylvania charter school management company, and helped found the Chester Community Charter School. He has been a major donor in promoting charter schools in Pennsylvania. I'll interrupt reading the letter for a moment to point out how obvious it is that somebody that involved in the charter school movement could very easily have business before the Department of Education. And who knows how much he gave? We know about $100,000, but it could be a lot more. He knows, she knows, but the public won't know. And when bids or competitions are up, that's simply not fair. On to the next one, and back to the text of the letter. J.C. Wizenga. Between 2005 and 2007, Wizenga donated $25,000 to All Children Matter. And in 2010, he donated $30,000 to the American Federation for Children Action Fund. Mr. Wizenga founded the National Heritage Academies, a for-profit charter network that has 80 schools in 9 states and has received over $43 million in federal funding. According to a 2012 review by the Michigan Department of Education of the schools in the focus category due to significant gaps in achievement, more than half were managed by National Heritage Academies. It has been reported that Mr. Wizenga said that his involvement with charter schools was due to realizing that, and I quote here, privatizing public education was not only practical, but also desperately needed. So again, to step back out from the letter, here is somebody who is in the for-profit charter school business, whose charter schools are more than half of the troubled charter schools reviewed by the Michigan Department of Education, and who wants to privatize public education, and he's linked with her through the dark money operation. And we don't know anything about the dark money side. David L. Brennan, back to the letter now. Brennan donated a total of $200,000 to All Children Matter from 2004 to 2007. prior to AMC's wind down due to campaign finance violations. This is the series of campaign violations, finance violations, that led to the $5 million fine that neither the entity nor Ms. DeVos have ever paid. That steps out of the letter. So now back to the text of the letter. In 2010, he donated $39,000 to the American Federation for Children Action Fund. He is the founder of White Hat Management, LLC, a for-profit charter school management company that operates 15 schools in 3 states with over 12,000 students. Since 2008, White Hat and its affiliates have received $3.6 million in federal funds, including IDEA funds. How are we ever going to know if people like this are making big dark money contributions into the dark money operation that she runs, that they will not be rewarded in a pay-to-play fashion with grants and favors and an advantage in competition at the Department of Education? You'd ordinarily evaluate that by knowing that the conflict of interest existed. But because it's dark money, we'll never know. They'll know, she'll know, but the public will never know, the Senate will never know, the press will never know. So, back to the letter. While you may not have a direct financial interest in the for-profit education enterprises headed by those listed above, your political fundraising relationship with them and perhaps others could cause a reasonable person concern over your impartiality in matters involving them. Let me step out of the letter again. Doesn't that make sense? If you were applying for a grant before the Department of Education and your competitor was somebody who had given, say, $1 million to Ms. DeVos's Action Fund, wouldn't you want to know that? Don't you think the public should know that? If you were to find out later that that had taken place and they were awarded the grant and you were not, wouldn't that rankle a bit? Wouldn't that suggest that you perhaps were not being treated fairly because of that big contribution that was made? But we'll never know. We'll never know. We are disabled from doing our constitutional job of reviewing these nominees for conflict of interest when it's dark money that's at stake. Back to the letter. The OGE process, the Office of Government Ethics process, does not capture conflicts that arise through political activity. This is the first transition of presidents since the Citizens United decision. This is the first one, so there is no history. We have to do it now, but we are not. Not for this nominee, not for other nominees. We are leaving a black hole of secrecy around this enormous conflict of interest potential. The OGE process does not capture conflicts that arise through political activity, so it is incumbent upon us to assure the Senate record is complete as to such conflicts and how they will be resolved. We continue in the letter. These are just the publicly known examples of potential conflicts. Our original request asked you for information to assess potential conflicts with 501c4 organizations that are not required to publicly disclose donor information. Accordingly, we reiterate our request that you provide, 1, a list of all donors, their total donations and affiliations who have contributed to the American Federation for Children 501c4 and the Great Lakes Education 501c4 since their inception. And 2, a list of donations made by you, members of your family, and foundations or organized with which you are affiliated to other 501c4 organizations over the past 5 years. That seems like a perfectly reasonable request. We continue in the letter. According to the American Federation for Children's IRS Form 990, filed for the year 2014, it spent nearly $1.1 million on political activities just in that year, including a $315,000 transfer to the American Federation for Children Action Fund, Wisconsin IE Committee. So how this works is, I think most people here know, but just to make it clear for people listening, many political organizations require that the donors be disclosed. So if you want to engage in the dark money game and hide your political influence seeking, what you do is you take your money and you give it to a 501c4, a dark money operation. And then they, in turn, give it to the political action group. That's what happened here. $1.1 million into the American Federation for Children, $315,000 transferred to the American Federation for Children Action Fund in Wisconsin. The only function that that provides is to launder the identity of who the donor was, so that all you see is the money emerging from the dark money organization with no transparency as to who put it in. So back to the letter. Because donations to a 501c4 are anonymous, they effectively launder the identities of donors to the other parts of the political apparatus. But you know, and the donors know, and therein lies the potential for conflict of interest. Additionally, you refuse to disclose donations to 501c4 organizations that you, your family, and your foundation have made. You explained the information requested has no bearing on the office to which I have been nominated, nor the duties of the Department of Education. That was her answer to the first letter. Our letter here continues. Your donations to 501c4 organizations are indeed relevant to your nomination, just as your donations to political candidates, parties, and causes are. One obvious instance would be where groups to which you've made political contributions are before the department as advocates or grant seekers. Again, you know, and the donors know, and therein lies the potential for conflict of interest. Senators have a constitutional duty to provide advice and consent on presidential nominees, and understanding the scope and nature of potential conflicts of interest is at the heart of that duty. I do hope that we can agree on that in this body, that part of our advice and consent role is to understand the potential for conflicts of interest. If we can't agree on that, then we have a real problem here, because that's the purpose, or at least one purpose, of what we do. I continue in the letter. Your role in raising and distributing dark money clearly raises the possibility of such conflicts. As a result, we renew our request for information related to your 501c4 organizations as outlined above. Please contact us if you have any questions regarding this request. We look forward to your additional information and disclosures and timely and responsive answers. Well, as of today, what we have is no answer at all. No answer at all. Mr. President, this is a recurring problem here. This business of dark money not being caught by the rather obsolete, in that respect, government ethics reporting conventions that have been carried forward from the Obama transition before all of this became a problem, doesn't just apply to Mrs. DeVos. Now Secretary of State Tillerson, as CEO of ExxonMobil, ran a massive dark money operation. ExxonMobil has got money all over front groups that deny climate change, all over political groups that try to discourage action on climate change, and a lot of it is dark money. And there's been reporting that traces it back to Exxon, but we never know how much because it's dark money. And Mr. Tillerson hasn't told us one thing about it in his hearing. We'll be shortly considering the nomination of Scott Pruitt as the EPA administrator. Scott Pruitt ran a dark money operation as the Attorney General of Oklahoma. Why would an Attorney General want to run a dark money operation in the first place? That's a whole separate question. But he did. It was called the Rule of Law Defense Fund. And what it did was it took in money, prevented the donors from having their identities revealed, and then funneled the money publicly to the Republican Attorney General's Association. It was an identity laundering machine for the Republican Attorney General's Association for big donors who didn't want anybody to know who the source was of the money that was being funneled into the Republican Attorney General Association. Fine, I guess. I'd like to be rid of all of it. We should pass the Disclose Act and clean this mess up. But for sure, when somebody who has run a dark money operation comes before the Senate seeking to be nominated to a cabinet office, while we hold a constitutional duty to protect that office from improper conflicts of interest, surely then their role in the dark money operation should be disclosed. It only makes sense. But no, like Ms. DeVos, absolute stonewall on any information related to the Rule of Law Defense Fund and Mr. Pruitt's dark money operation. A black hole of secrecy and enormous opportunity for conflict. Because obviously, given his background and given where the rest of his fundraising went, you can draw reasonable conclusions about where the dark money came from. Devon Energy, ExxonMobil, American Petroleum Institute, Murray Coal, the usual suspects. That's where a lot of his other money came from. You got to believe it went here. But do we know that? No. He could have taken $1 million from one of those groups and then, as EPA administrator, be ruling on an application of theirs, and we wouldn't know. Please don't anyone tell me that that's not a potential conflict of interest. I mean, we can deal with alternate facts around here, but that's just crazy. We don't know about Ms. DeVos' dark money. We don't know about Tillerson's dark money. We don't know about Pruitt's dark money. It's as if there's been an understanding, some secret handshake around here, that nobody will allow dark money information into the nomination process. That's just wrong. That's just wrong. And it infects this nomination of Ms. DeVos. We have got to get answer to these questions. Let me move on to one other point. Student college debt. I had a meeting recently. I think all of us have the same experience. From our home states, groups come to visit us and to get our time and to bring our attention to problems that concern them. And I think we all get visits from the same groups. We get visits from our community bankers, from our home states. We get visits from our credit unions in our home states. We get visits from the automobile dealers in our home states. We get visits from the insurance brokers in our home states. And we get visits from the realtors in our home states. When the realtors of Rhode Island came in to visit me the last time, they raised a new issue that I had not heard before from them. The issue that they raised was, we're starting to have a real problem financing houses for the next generation of home buyers, the young home buyers who are coming into the market and who would ordinarily be buying their starter homes. And the problem that we're finding with them is that they are so loaded up with college debt that we can't finance the purchase of a home for them. That's how enormous the student loan debt problem is in this country. It is now preventing so many young people from buying a home that the realtors have noticed and put it on their problem list as something for us to take action on. If the realtors have noticed this, I don't think it's asking too much for a nominee for Secretary of Education to have noticed this. And if, in fact, she has noticed this, I don't think it's asking too much for her to have thoughts and a plan, because we are well over $1 trillion in debt for these kids. I think it's about $1.3 trillion now. It's been a known problem for some time. Over and over again, Democrats have tried to find and propose solutions here in the Senate. Over and over again, we have been shot down, but it remains a very considerable issue. And you would think that a new Secretary of Education coming in would want to hit the ground running on this issue. She'd have something she wanted to get done to solve it. There would be a plan or an outline. We may not agree with it. It may be something that we have to work together to find a way to get it to the floor, but at least there'd be a starting point. All I got was, well, I'd be interested in your views on that issue. How is it possible that with over $1 trillion in student debt piled up, with the student debt problem so severe that even realtors have put it on their to-do list to get something done about it, that a nominee for the Secretary of Education has nothing, pockets out, nothing to get started on this problem? Is she ever going to take an interest? I don't know. But it would seem to me, particularly when you look at where we are in the Help Committee, our ranking member is here, Senator Murray. Senator Murray and Chairman Alexander helped lead us together through the ESSA, the reform of No Child Left Behind, the Every Student Succeeds Act. It passed roaring through the Senate. The House even picked it up and took it. It came out of committee unanimously. States are still working on implementation of it because it's freed them up to do a lot more things, and so they've got to go through the process of deciding how they're going to take advantage of its new freedoms. So with respect to elementary and secondary education, we're actually in pretty good shape. All we have to do is implement the bipartisan popular law that we passed. So where is the attention going to be? Well, what we haven't passed is the Higher Education Reform Act. So if you know at all what's been going on education in the Congress, which is not asking too much of a Secretary of Education nominee, you know that we have just implemented a major reform of elementary and secondary education, and that our next order of business is higher education, and that an elemental part of that is going to be college debt. So the fact that this nominee has nothing on that issue and is in the traditional deer-in-the-headlights nominee mode of, well, I look forward to working with you on that, Senator. Oh, yes, I understand that that's a serious problem, Senator, but actually I don't have any ideas, I don't have any plan, I don't have any strategy, I've got nothing. Let's just work together on it. That's not very convincing. Not very convincing to me. I see the senator from New Jersey here, and the night is going on, so I will yield the floor to him, but I'll close by saying that this recurring question about nominees who are involved in dark money operations and then refuse to disclose anything about their dark money operation so that it remains a black hole of secrecy and potential conflict of interest is wrong. It is just wrong. And I know there are forces in this building that love the dark money, and there are huge special interests behind the dark money. And there are a lot of people who benefit from the dark money who don't want any light on it ever. But once a nominee has had their name put in for a cabinet position of the government of the United States, by God, they ought to disclose their dark money connections, because otherwise it is an avenue towards conflict of interest, and where there is conflict of interest, there comes scandal. It is our job to head that off by getting the information before the public so everybody can evaluate it, and we have been kneecapped in that effort by an absolutely positive shutdown from the other side of the aisle on any information about any dark money from any nominee. They don't have to be nominees. If they don't want to cough up their dark money information, they can turn the papers back in and tell President Trump, find someone else. I'd rather keep my secrets. But you shouldn't keep your secrets and get the job. With that, I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
The senator from New Jersey.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, I'd like to ask for unanimous consent that the privileges of the floor be granted to the following member of my staff, Aaron Robinson.
Without objection.
I'm grateful for that, and I know the night is going on. I just want to take a moment to express my appreciation to all the staff members when senators remain on the floor here. A lot of folks who work here, from the gentleman here typing very quickly all the way to a lot of the folks working. I just want to express my gratitude for the long night, particularly to the Pages. It is their second week here, and they suddenly are being forced to grapple with not just school, but the long nights of the United States Senate, and I really do respect them, and I'm grateful for their, how shall I say, endurance tonight as well. I rise today, as many of my colleagues have, to speak to the nomination of Besy DeVos, to speak specifically in opposition to her nomination to serve as Secretary of Education. I've listened to as much of my colleagues' words as I can, and I want to say that particularly those on the Senate Health, Education, Labor, and Pension Committees, they have all and will and continue to expand upon many of the concerning elements of Mrs. DeVos's record. Concerns that I share about her lack of support for critical accountability measures, her lack of familiarity with many of the basic financial aid policies and programs which are so essential for people to have access to higher education. Her inability to say that guns should not be in schools, and her seeming lack of understanding of many of the fundamental yet critical education policy perspectives that I think are necessary for a job of this magnitude. I know there's been much said, and there'll be many more issues brought up of concern to many of the Democrats that spoke tonight. But tonight I'd like to focus on an area that's very personal to me and also very personal to millions and millions of Americans, that is essential to this role, but one that may not be immediately understood when you talk about a Secretary of Education, but it is absolutely critical to that department. In fact, I think it is one of the more critical roles of that department when it comes to fulfilling the ideals of our nation. Within the Department of Education is the Office for Civil Rights. And that office is profoundly important, but it's one that many people don't have a full understanding. What I'd like to do right now is highlight 4 areas in which the Office for Civil Rights functions, and also talk to as they relate to my concerns about and my opposition to Besy DeVos to serve as Secretary of Education. First, I'd like to talk about what's at stake for children with disabilities and their families and their parents. About 13 to 14% of our American school-aged children, about 6.5 million kids and young adults in America, are students with a disability. Here in the United States, I am so proud that we have a deep belief, and in fact, our laws passed by people of both houses, of both parties, dictate that all children be treated with dignity and respect, and that they will get the educational opportunities that all children deserve. Indeed, our laws reflect that, but the spirit of America is to see that in this nation, all of our children have unique gifts. All of our children have beauty. And we as a nation collectively believe that they all deserve a strong pathway to the fundamental American ideals. They deserve pathways to life and liberty and the pursuit of happiness. That when we say justice for all, we really do mean all children. But unfortunately, as the work of the Department of Education's Office for Civil Rights demonstrates, the federal government is often at odds with some school districts who do not properly enforce protections granted to students with disabilities under the federal law, again, passed by both houses, passed by both parties. Within our country, thousands of parents do not believe their children are receiving justice in their local school systems for their children with disabilities. And they reach out to the federal government for help, for relief, for that justice. Take the example of one child, the case of a 9-year-old child in California whose name I'm withholding and is withheld for privacy. This child, and let's call her Jane, is a student like so many others, has the same dreams and aspirations, has hopes, has promise, has untapped, unlimited potential. At the age of 9, this child, Jane, had been physically restrained in her school more than 92 times during an 11-month period by her school because of her disability. And as a part of that restraint, she had been held face down for a total of 2,200 minutes. Now, the Office of Civil Rights at the federal level, the federal government, it took them to investigate this case, and they found that the district was in violation of the federal law and required the school district to stop using these kind of restraints on students and actually take the time, energy, and invest the resources in training the staff on alternative intervention methods. Methods that recognize the dignity of that child and show that we have the potential and power to elevate that child, not to so savagely restrain them. This was not only unconscionable treatment that the federal government intervened in, but clearly it was illegal within the federal bonds of federal law. This is not the way that anyone here, anyone in this body with a child with a disability, any of us would want our children to be treated. If I had a child, I know it's not the way that I would want them treated, but frankly, when it comes to the children of America, there are children. Whether you're Republican or Democrat, we know that our children, our kids, American children, all children, frankly, deserve better than this kind of physical abuse. It's these kind of reasons that I believe we need to have an aggressive office for the civil rights. Because this story of Jane, of a 9-year-old, is not an anomaly. It's not something that is rare. Unfortunately, as we're seeing, there are many violations that go on of federal law when it comes to our children with disabilities. There's tremendous evidence that this kind of abuse still goes on in our country, and there needs to be an ultimate authority that can investigate this abuse and, if necessary, hold those people accountable who are the abusers. And the additional step that the Office for Civil Rights does is give advisement, give instruction on how to make sure the abuse does not happen in the future. We need our Office for Civil Rights to work with school districts to establish those policies and procedures to prevent that abuse. When Ms. DeVos, during her testimony, was given the opportunity to speak to the millions of parents who have real, legitimate concerns about their children with disabilities and the treatment they receive in school, she was given the opportunity to speak to the vital role of the federal government in protecting our children and affirming those rights, about the role of the Office for Civil Rights. Instead of taking that opportunity, Instead of seizing the moment to talk about what she would be doing to lead, she actually denied a role for the federal government. When asked about protecting students with disabilities, she simply said it should be left up to the states. Well, I'll tell you right now, for that 9-year-old child, physically restrained more than 92 times, held face down for hours, the federal government clearly had an important role to play for that mom, for that family, for that child, in making sure that this kind of atrocity doesn't happen and won't happen for more children. Secondly, I'd like to talk about what's at stake for the Office of Civil Rights as it results to children who are different, whether that be the color of their skin, whether they wear a hijab to school as an expression of their faith, or if they're a minority or, again, a child with a disability. I've spoken, for example, much as a senator about the school-to-prison pipeline, and often how certain categories of children experience different types of discipline for the same act in school just because of how they look. School disciplinary policies, we know, play a big role in a child's success. And if those disciplinary policies are clearly treating different children in different ways, there will be different outcomes for those categories of kids. We know that children who have out-of-school suspensions often graduate at significantly lower rates, have significantly higher run-ins with the law. I am one that believes that we cannot allow discrimination to happen in that manner in our school. And this is the facts. This is the data. Take, for example, black students are 3.8 times more likely than their white peers to receive one or more out-of-school suspensions, while students with disabilities actually are twice as likely than those without to receive one or more out-of-school suspensions. Let me give you the specific case of Tanette Powell, who wrote about her son who is black. His name is Joa. He was suspended 5 times in 2014. He was 3 years old. She said, one after another, white mothers confessed the trouble their children had gotten into. Some of the behavior was similar to JJ's, her son's. Some was much worse. Most startling to her, was that none of their children had been suspended. She continues to write, after this party, where she had heard this from other white parents, I read a study reflecting everything that I was living. Black children represent 18% of preschool enrollment, but make up 48% of preschool children receiving more than one out-of-school suspension, according to a study released by the Federal Department of Education's Office for Civil Rights in March, she writes. One of the critical things about the Office for Civil Rights is that they have been proactively collecting data about differences in treatment in our schools. Now, there are many people who actively assert that the role of the Office for Civil Rights has grown too large, that they are poking around in local matters too much, that even collecting such data as was relied on by this mother is an intrusion into states' rights. But I believe when it comes to civil rights, when it comes to religious freedom and the treatment of our children, I do not believe that the Office of Civil Rights has grown too large. I believe that they are offering critical transparency into the workings of our schools, that they are collecting data that parents and policymakers and civil rights groups can use to see who is being left behind, who might be facing discrimination, who is not receiving justice. What do we have to be afraid of even on just the collection of data to allow us ourselves to have that transparency, to create an environment of accountability? I worry that if this is not a priority for the next Secretary of Education, then closing the achievement gap, shutting down the school-to-prison pipeline, and empowering all children to have an equal opportunity to learn will be undermined. These are real problems in our country, and they aren't just going to go away. And the federal government, especially when they insist upon data transparency, is an active partner in helping us to receive the justice that we deserve and need and pledge allegiance to as a country. Now, I had hoped during the hearings of Ms. DeVos that I'd hear more, that even if I had the opportunity to talk to my nominee myself, I would have asked for more information around these issues. But I didn't have that opportunity. And in the very rushed hearings, the issue wasn't raised. I believe, though, that based on the testimony that was given, that the nominee may not see this as a vital function of the Office of Civil Rights, and in fact may shrink that office and the ongoing proactive investigations that we see right now into such matters. And we know that the school-to-prison pipeline, particularly for young people of color, isn't just real, it's actually pervasive. But during Mrs. DeVos's confirmation hearing, when asked about the Office of Civil Rights within the Department of Education that is responsible for rectifying such unjust situations, she refused to comment. She refused to comment. She refused to commit herself even to directing the Office of Civil Rights to investigate such civil rights violations. I don't understand what is a difficult thing to even commit the department to continuing such investigations, but that commitment was denied. I want to next talk about the serious problem we have in America with sexual assault and sexual violence in schools and on college campuses. 1 in 5 women and 1 in 16 men are sexually assaulted in their college years. But only 1% of assailants on college campuses are arrested, charged, or convicted. We still know that too many people on college campuses who've been sexually assaulted, who are survivors, are routinely denied justice and forced to even live or even go to class with their attackers. The Office for Civil Rights has rose to this challenge and this crisis. They have opened investigations in over 200 schools in America. There is a crisis of campus sexual assault in America. And now the Office of Civil Rights, expanding their work, they've stepped up to that challenge. In addition to that, they've issued guidance to all college campuses on preventing and combating sexual assault. Ms. DeVos, again, during her testimony, many of us were hoping that this is an issue, she would rise to the occasion, that she would speak to this issue. She was given the chance. Given a chance not just to speak to the issue, but to talk to the federal role in meeting this crisis, to acknowledge that this is an issue our nation must grapple with and must end. But she did not speak to the concerns of parents. She did not speak to the concerns of survivors. She did not speak to America about the urgent need for all of us to be engaged with dealing with a crisis for which there has been silence on too long. More than this, she did not speak to the role of the Office for Civil Rights, to the expanding role that they've been taking, to the expanding investigations in college campuses all across the country, giving no confidence to me or others that this will be a role that will continue. In fact, a role that I believe should be expanded. And again, even when she was specifically asked about upholding guidance within the Department of Education on combating and preventing sexual assault, not asked to commit on the investigations, not asked to commit to expanding the efforts, but just asked about upholding the guidance within the Department of Education on combating and preventing sexual assault, she refused to commit to maintaining that guidance. I'd like to speak to another area. But before I do, I do believe this idea of transparency that my previous colleague talked about when it comes to donations. Because some of the donations that people have received charity from Ms. DeVos have a history of fighting against efforts to combat sexual assault, and some of these organizations worked to make it more difficult for sexual assault victims to seek justice. And that brings me to an area in which I had a deep level of concern, that I hoped that Ms. DeVos would take the opportunity to set the record straight, because much had been written before even the hearings. And this involves an area where there is a clear crisis in our country. It is a crisis involving the safety and the security of our lesbian, gay, bisexual, and transgendered youth in America. Lesbian, gay, bisexual, and transgender youth face a stunning level of prejudice and discrimination inside and outside of schools starting at a very young age. We know that LGBT youth are 2 times more likely than their heterosexual peers to be physically assaulted in schools. LGBT youth are 4 times more likely to attempt suicide. According to Youth Risk Behavior Survey, 34% of lesbian, gay, and bisexual students were bullied on school property. More than a third of LGBT students were bullied on school property. 13% of lesbian, gay, and bisexual students did not go to school because of concerns for their safety. We know in America that this kind of harassment has no place in our classrooms, no place in our schools. It has no place anywhere in our country. But it is all too common and all too often unaddressed. I'd like to talk about a parent. Her name is Wendy Walsh. The harassment against Wendy's son, Seth, began for him in the 4th grade when his classmates suspected he was gay. And by the time he reached the 7th grade, the bullying, the verbal and physical abuse in person and online was so bad that he was afraid to walk home from school. This child lived in terror of just going to class. After one bullying incident in a local park, his mom says that 13-year-old Seth came home from school. She talked to him. He asked to borrow a pen from his mom. That conversation would be the last time she would see her son alive. The next time Wendy saw her son Seth, he had hanged himself on a tree in their backyard. After Seth's death, Wendy, experiencing a level of grief and agony I cannot imagine, she decided to file a complaint with the Department of Education's Office for Civil Rights. When the Office for Civil Rights came in and investigated, they found that Seth's school district was in violation of several federal laws, that they failed to intervene and stop the bullying and the harassment and the tormenting that this child endured from the precious of ages until their death, that their actions could have potentially prevented the death of one of our children, of an American child, a child of beauty and of worth and of dignity and potential. Wendy went to the federal government, to the Office of Civil Rights, and they took her concerns seriously, and they aggressively investigated. Because of their investigation, because of Wendy's courage in her time of grief, the school district, in violation of federal laws, was required to take steps, though not there to prevent her child's death. They were required to take steps to prevent the kind of harassment and tormenting and bullying from happening to other students. I'm not sure if any of that is of solace to a mother who lost their child. I'm not sure if it gave her comfort, but I am hopeful that with an active Office of Civil Rights at the Federal Department of Education, at a time where more than 10% of our lesbian, gay, and bisexual youth are missing school because of that kind of fear, when a third are reporting bullying and harassment in person or online, at this level of unconscionable treatment for any child, there is a role for the federal government to protect our children. I believe if we take these matters seriously, that we can ensure that this kind of bullying and harassment will come to an end in America. It's unacceptable in a country this great. There are laws against this, and there are folks that have an obligation for enforcing those laws. That's the Office of Civil Rights. I believe things will get better, but they won't get better automatically because we hope for them, because we pray for it. They'll get better because we are a country that loves our children, and love is not a being verb. It demands action. And we see time and time again that children aren't seeing the kind of action where they are. And thank God, right now, there's a place where parents can go. They can appeal to the federal government. The Department of Education, the Office of Civil Rights, has to be led by someone who takes this seriously, who sees the calls for justice of lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender youth as valid, that sees the crisis, that sees the problem. It was widely reported when Mrs. DeVos' nomination was made, widely reported that her family had given support, significant support, that she herself, significant support to discriminatory, extremist, dangerous, and hateful groups that promote ideas that say a child who is gay is somehow lesser than a child that is not. Groups that have supported things like conversion therapy, something that has been resoundingly condemned. Dangerous ideas that are hurtful to children. With all of that, with all of the articles been written, this was a chance for Mrs. DeVos to sit before the American public knowing that these concerns are out there, and it's understandable, even if she doesn't hold them, it's understandable that this was a moment for her to allay the fears of the thousands and thousands of children who are being isolated and hurt by bullies, of the people that are being facing assaults on their dignity, children who have suicide rates that are unconscionably high, parents who are mourning their kids. With all of that swirl, the hearings were her chance to set the record straight, to say, I will uphold the value and the dignity of those children. But more than that, I recognize that there's a crisis in our country. And that I will work through the Office of Civil Rights to do something to address this evil in our country that has so many kids being hurt and harmed. This was her chance to go beyond just denying that she believed in conversion therapy, to go beyond just words and asserting that she values equality. This was her chance. It should have been understood that because of the record and the charitable donations, that there was a degree of suspicion, that there was an understandable degree of legitimate fear that she would not continue the courageous work of the Office of Civil Rights in combating discrimination and harassment and physical abuse of children across our country. She had the opportunity. Given the fears and concerns that have been expressed, I would have hoped that she would have spoken directly to the work of the Office of Civil Rights to protect lesbian, gay, bisexual, and transgender teens who are factually experiencing some of the highest levels of hate crimes and violence and bullying of any children in America. That she would have made some affirmation that she would be a champion for their equality, for their dignity, and the Office of Civil Rights would continue its needed work. But she didn't. I hope that she would stand up and say, we have violence on our college campuses. That right now silence is allowing insidious realities to exist. We have a problem with reporting rates. We have a problem with those reports being made and not taken seriously. That she could have used that as an opportunity to speak against what's happening to an unconscionable level of young women on college campuses, something we would want to happen to none of our daughters. To make a pledge that the Office of Civil Rights would not just continue campus advisories, but that would fight to hold those college campuses accountable, but she didn't. For students and families across the country, this may not be a celebrated part. We may not all know in America that the Department of Education, many people don't even know they have an Office for Civil Rights. But for so many families with children on college campuses, in preschools, in grade schools, in high schools, the Office for Civil Rights has been the difference makers between injustice and justice, the difference makers between violence and security, the difference makers between who we say we are as a nation, liberty and justice for all, and experiencing a terrible, awful lie. I feel compelled to speak out on the vital importance that the Education Secretary, regardless of party, regardless of background, I feel a personal responsibility to ensure that if I cast my vote as a senator, that whoever takes that office will be tireless in the defense of all the rights and privileges and liberties of our students, because I personally stand here today because of the role of the federal government in enforcing civil rights laws. I stand here today because of the courageous federal laws that were put in place by bipartisanship, Republicans and Democrats. Great battles on this floor for civil rights and disability rights, for Title IX protections for women. I am a product of these kind of fights, of the federal role when it comes to civil rights. I stand here today because of our collective history. I believe in states' rights. It's enshrined in our Constitution, but I cannot ignore the role of the federal government. Brown versus Board of Education. Perhaps one of the most famous Supreme Court cases affirming the federal role. Look, when I hung a picture. I hung a picture in front of my office. I come out of my office into where my assistant sits, and the first thing I see on the wall in front of me is a Norman Rockwell painting. There is this young girl in that painting, and she's striding proudly to school. And behind her are racial epithets. It's a tomato smashed against that wall. She, this little girl, God, her courage. A little girl named Ruby Bridges. And there are these white men surrounding her, walking just as tall. And they're escorting that girl to school. And there's clearly hate swirling around. You look at that picture and you can feel it, but I don't care what your background, what your religion. You look at Norman Rockwell's painting, as I made sure I do every day that I leave my office as a United States Senator. I see that picture and I am reminded that sometimes when there is hate, sometimes when there is violence, sometimes the state doesn't get the job done. That sometimes the most vulnerable of child needs a little help, not just from a loving teacher or a loving parent, but that there is a government that stands behind her and says, "You matter." I can't stand here today without recognizing that's my history, that is your history, that's all of our history, that our federal government has a role to play. And I drink deeply from the wells of the freedom and the struggles and the sacrifice. I reap a harvest from Ruby Bridges and her courage. And And our country has come so far. There's so much love, so much more recognition of the dignity of all children. But come on, we're not there yet. Children are often harassed because they wear a headscarf. I've just recently heard about a Sikh child wearing a turban. Still harassed. A mother concerned that her kid is no more bad than another, but seems to get suspended more for the same behavior. Children with disabilities. Parents still are concerned that even though we've affirmed their rights and dignities in law, that those laws aren't being carried out like they should. God, there are young women on a college campus today who question rightfully whether their campus is committed to eradicating sexual violence. With all of these things going on, we have to have champions here. We have to have people that understand that public education is a right for everyone. Some of the most profound battles in our country have been fought to get equal access for children to school so that they can stride toward that school door knowing that they will get a quality education free from bullying, free from harassment, free from the binds of hatred or discrimination that might hold them back in their lives. Now, I have faith in who we are as a nation. I know we are a loving country and a good country, but we haven't got it perfect yet. And so I stand here today in opposition to this nomination because I believe that we need a champion. And I wish that I had a chance to meet with the nominee. I wish that the hearings were longer. I've never seen them so rushed. But there's too much at stake right now. There's too many problems that still exist. Sadly, there still is a need for an Office for Civil Rights in the Department of Education that is aggressive when it comes to the defense of freedom and our rights. I did not hear such a commitment from this nominee. There are millions of parents who didn't hear her speak to the concerns that they have about their gay child, the concerns they have about their child with a disability, their concerns of their children going off to college. We did not hear that commitment. In fact, what we heard was a belief that states can figure it out, was a failure to commit to even the most basic continuance of the Office of Civil Rights. I'm glad I hung that picture in front of my office. I may not be able to get what I consider an open hearing and answers to these questions. But as I walk by Ruby Bridges, I feel I owe her a duty. And so many others, not to vote on someone who's been silent on the issues that are so critical to this country being who we say we are. There's a child, I think, that wonders right now, somewhere in America, that's wondering if this country will prove itself true to them. They're probably enduring some things I never had to endure. They're probably worried about their safety. They're probably being put in a situation where they're questioning their worth. They probably feel alone and isolated. My prayer is that that child knows that even though it ain't perfect and it won't be easy, that that child somehow knows that they're not alone, that there'll be people fighting for them. Because I was taught, in the words of a great poet, that there's a dream in this land with its back against the wall. To save the dream for one, we must save it for all. May the Office of Civil Rights, in the years to come, remain vigilant, remain strong, remain expansive in their efforts. But I have no confidence it will do so under this person, and therefore I oppose the nomination. Thank you very much, and I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from Washington.
Mr. President, I want to thank the senator from New Jersey who has given us such a compelling reason to remind all of us why we're here at almost midnight, why we all intend to keep talking and keep working and keep trying to convince one more senator to say no to this nominee. How important it is for that basic principle in this country that our forefathers dreamed of, that they put into our Constitution, that we have fought for, that every child should have dignity and every child should have a public education, and why it is so important that we have someone who leads this agency that shares that conviction. And I really want to thank him for his tremendous words tonight. Mr. President, as the ranking member on this committee and who's been here throughout the Friday debate and through the 12 hours debate we've had tonight and will continue to have up until the vote tomorrow, I've had the opportunity to hear many senators speak passionately. Senator Tester was here on Friday from a very rural state, speaking about how important it was to have a public education system that didn't have its funds robbed away from that public education system in those small little school districts to go to students with vouchers for private schools that didn't exist in those rural communities. He talked about the importance of our public schools and our public school institutions in a slightly different way than the senator from New Jersey did. He talked about how his grandmother, who came and settled in Montana, his grandparents were instead of being ranchers like those before him, were wheat farmers, and there was cattlemen and wheat farmers who were fighting at odds with each other in the community. And where they came together was in their schools, where kids who were both cattlemen's kids and ranchers' kids were in the same schools and played on basketball together, and it healed the wounds of that community. The senator from New Jersey just talked about the Office of Civil Rights and why it's so important that no matter what we look like or what we stand for, this country says you have a right to an education. And it is in our public schools where kids from all strata and all economic lives and different backgrounds and different colors and different religions and different thoughts come together and heal our communities. That's what's at risk with this nominee. And that's why so many senators on our side have said, one more Republican senator, send this nomination back, and to the president who campaigned saying, let's heal this nation, let's bring people together, sends us a nominee that actually does that. So I again want to thank the senator from New Jersey and all the senators who've been here to speak about how important it is to have a public education. I wouldn't be in the Senate tonight without a public education. I come from a family of 9, and my father, who was a World War II veteran, got sick when I was in junior high, diagnosed with multiple sclerosis. My mom had been at home taking care of 7 kids. She didn't have a job. She didn't have skills. We didn't know what was going to happen to us. But we had a public education system. that was there for us. Our country was there for us with a public education system, not a voucher that said you can go to a private school that we couldn't have afforded even with it or to be able to get to one, but a public education school in our community that gave the education to each one of those kids in my family, all 7 of us, and then allowed us to go on to college with Pell Grants and student loans because our government was there for us, even though my dad was sick and my mom had to stay home and take care of him, and we had food stamps for a while, and it was tough. But we made it because this country had a commitment to public education, and every student, no matter where you lived or where you came from or what challenges you had at home. That's why I'm here in the Senate. It's why many of us are here in the Senate. And it's why this nominee has sparked such an interest across this country. Like many senators, I think like all senators, my office has been inundated with mail and phone call and emails and rallies and people saying, please stop this nominee and send us someone who can actually work for all of us. Because education is a critical piece in each one of us, and it is across the country. I want to share some of the letters that I have gotten about this nominee. I've received 48,000 pieces of mail opposed to Ms. DeVos for this. Number of pro-DeVos emails and letters is in the teens. 48,000 pieces. And they're all personal, and they all tell a story. These aren't rote emails and letters. These are personal pleas. Why and how? Because these people saw this nominee at this hearing, and their expectations for our education system in this country are high. And they want someone leading the Department of Education who knows the issues, who believes in public education. And they were appalled at what they heard, and they said no. Mrs. Mary Ann Whitaker, woman from Longview, Washington, small rural community. Dear Senator Murray, as an educator of 30 years and a mother who has helped to raise and educate 5 children, I was shocked and dismayed by the lack of knowledge and depth of understanding that Ms. DeVos has about education. Our education system needs a leader who can be a true leader in this arena, with the background and backbone to do what is in the best interest of the children of this great country. Please do everything in your power to make sure this woman is not allowed to gain this position. Thank you on behalf of thousands of children and educators in the state of Washington. I heard from Joel Putchler, Seattle, Washington. He said, please do everything in your power to stop DeVos from becoming Secretary of Education. She is transparently incompetent and will be destructive to the nation's education system through both intent and ineptitude. Demand a competent appointee from the president-elect. I am an educator. My wife is an educator. My grandfather was the first commissioner of education, so-called at the time, under the Johnson administration. He would be thrilled to see a competent woman in this appointment, but categorically horrified at the possibility of DeVos, just as I am. Mr. President, these are the kinds of reactions I'm hearing from my constituents. Why? Because we had this nominee come before our committee. We were allowed 5 minutes each to ask her questions. She has a very complex financial background. We were not allowed to look at those financial background papers before we had a chance to talk to her, so we only had some information. So the only thing we could do was ask her questions about what she believed in, and her answers were astounding, and many people saw them. Whether it was about IDEA and the ability for children in this country to get an education with disabilities, whether it was about policy debates that we're having on education, what she saw as her drive and her ambition. People in this country want someone that feels passionately about public education, not someone who has used her vast amounts of wealth and her experience to go after what she calls an education system that is incompetent and, in her opinion, needs to go away. Her drive has been to take the funds out of public education and go for profit education. Now, I can understand a woman who is a billionaire with a lot of money invested in companies wanting companies to succeed. But our public education system is not a company. Our public education system is something that is derived from the communities that it is in, from the teachers that are there, from the parents who participate as school board members and teacher volunteers. It's the drive and passion of our communities. It is not something people want ripped away, torn apart, or degraded. That's why this nominee has touched a nerve across the country. I heard from Mrs. Rebecca Blankenship. She lives in Gig Harbor. She said, Senator Murray, I am writing to urge you to oppose the nomination of Besy DeVos as the Secretary of Education. As a certified teacher who has taught for many years in public schools, and as a parent of 2 young girls in the Peninsula School District, I find DeVos to be completely unqualified for the position as she has no public school experience, has actively funneled money away from schools in need, and lacks the fundamental educational background to make decisions that impact millions of students. There is no issue more important to me than our education system. I heard from Mrs. Carol Palander, a former teacher in Tacoma, Washington. As a retired public school teacher who continues to work part-time training new teachers, I am extremely concerned about the potential damage that would be done to public education if Besy DeVos is confirmed as the Secretary of Education. Our mission as educators includes teaching our kids how to live and work together effectively in a diverse community, and the proposals brought to the table by Ms. DeVos to privatize education will further divide us as a community and significantly reduce our already limited resources. She is not qualified for this important leadership position. Mr. President, I've been in the Senate for a long time. I've gotten a lot of emails and a lot of phone calls and talked to a lot of constituents and been to a lot of community meetings. These are not form letters that we are getting, these thousands of letters. These are letters of people telling stories. They're passionate about their public education system. And in this one nominee, they have spoken louder than any other in saying, this is not what I want for my country. I've heard from so many people in our rural communities who are so concerned about privatizing our public education system because they don't have a private school to send their kids to, even if the voucher that she espouses was enough to put them into one. And again, in a lot of our rural communities, and I grew up in a rural community. I grew up in a small town of Bothell. I remember the sign coming into town that said 998 people, and I remember the day that it said 1,000 people live in Bothell, a small community. And our schools were the heart and soul of our community. It's where you met your neighbors, and it's where you sent your kids to play basketball. Everybody showed up for the football games and the music concerts, and it was our community. And we loved it and we owned it. Did we say it was perfect? Did my parents say it was perfect? No. But it was the heart and soul of that community, and they do not want to lose it, just like so many other parents in this country who want a Secretary of Education that wants all those kids to have a good education. I have so many letters here. I have one from Adam Brickett from McClure Middle School in Seattle, and he says, thank you for your years of service representing our state. I've never contacted an elected official before. Many of my letters, by the way, start with that. I've never contacted an elected official before, but with the changes happening in our country, I feel the need to now. I'm writing specifically to you today about the nominee for Secretary of Education, Besy DeVos. As a middle school teacher for Seattle Public Schools, I work hard every day to ensure that my students get the best education possible, to be successful in their future careers and lives. I am concerned that Mrs. DeVos does not have the experience necessary nor the best intentions for our nation's students and schools to be our Secretary of Education. I believe she would put profits and money ahead of students and schools and teachers. I felt this way before her nomination hearing and feel even more strongly after her hearing. I am worried about the damage she could do to an already fragile public education system. I know I'm not alone, as virtually all the colleagues I have spoken to have expressed similar dismay in her nomination. Her record of attacking public schools and funneling money to charter and parochial schools with little to no oversight is troubling. Her lack of experience whatsoever with public education is also very disturbing. Not only has she never been an educator or administrator, but she has never even attended or enrolled her children in public education. A high-quality public education is one of the most powerful tools a society has. Please don't allow someone with no experience and who's fundamentally against public education become the person in charge of it. I respectfully ask you and your colleagues in the Senate to do what is right by our nation's students and reject Ms. DeVos as Secretary of Education. Thank you again for your tireless service. Mr. President, I have, as I said, 48,000 letters. My staff handed me a pile of them. They're all very similar. They're very heartfelt. They're not just writing a rote letter to us. They watched the hearings. They listened, they care about our public schools, and they want this president, and some of these are Trump supporters, they want this president to support our public schools. They did not, in this past election, have a debate about whether we should privatize public schools. We talked about the debate, and I know my candidate didn't win, but in this country, I never heard a debate about taking public education away, about voucherizing our public schools, about having someone who is the top person in the Secretary of Education espouse positions that are so fundamentally opposed to what I grew up with and obviously to what so many parents and teachers and students and family members and superintendents and people involved in schools and business leaders are writing to us now because they saw the same thing we did in this hearing. Let me read a letter from Trina Whitaker from Macdill Schools. She says, this is my 16th year of being a teacher in our public school system in Washington State. I'm an advocate of public schools as I feel strongly that all our students deserve the right to free and quality education. I am opposed to the nomination of Besy DeVos for the Secretary of Education. Her past actions and beliefs clearly demonstrate she is not an advocate for our public schools. It would be so damaging if we move in the direction of privatizing public education. Please consider opposing the nomination of Besy DeVos in the best interest for our public school system. Let me read another letter from Rachel Gwim. She says, she's from Seattle, and she says, as a committed public school teacher, I believe in our neighborhood public schools, which open their doors to all children, because unlike Besy DeVos, I see them work for children and their families every single day. We as a community are being undermined by charters and vouchers, for-profit schools and online schools. Precious tax dollars are being wasted creating a parallel school system when we're already underfunded and not meeting legal requirements. Our democratically governed schools, we the people you have vowed to represent, need your commitment and support. Choice is a disguise for school privatization, nothing more. Stop the takeover of our democratically governed schools. Do not vote to confirm Besy DeVos. And she goes on. Again, Mr. President, so many letters from so many people from so many different walks of life, all concerned about having a Secretary of Education that doesn't represent the best values and the best beliefs of our country. Miss Amanda Smith, a kindergarten teacher from Fife, wrote to me and she said, hello, I am a kindergarten teacher in a public elementary school. I'm very concerned about Besy DeVos's potential nomination as Secretary of Education. As someone who never attended public school, didn't send her kids to public school, does not have an education degree, has never taught, she hardly seems like a fitting candidate for Secretary of Education. Can anything be done to stop this nomination? Mr. President, let me read just a few more from Gina McMath, her teacher, Port Townsend, Washington. Dear Patty Murray, As a recently retired public school teacher, I especially urge you to fight against Besy DeVos' nomination for Education Secretary. She is not in any way qualified for the job. Her commitment to charter schools, combined with a lack of experience with public schools, could destroy our nation's educational system. Public school teachers provide an education for all of our students. Teachers need more respect and more remuneration. We need the very best college graduates to be attracted to the profession. I have known so many dedicated and effective public school teachers during my 25-year career, and those of us retiring baby boomers need the best successors possible. They need your support. Don't let this undermine our efforts, and thank you again for all your work. Mr. President, what I hear from people is over and over again, they want somebody leading our school system, our public school system in this country who actually believes in public schools, who has the education, the experience, the compassion, the willingness to understand what our forefathers did when they created this country and said, we are going to have a country, a democracy, that has a public education system paid for by all taxpayers to assure that everyone, no matter who they are or where they come from, are not denied a public education, that they learn to read and write and communicate and get the skills they need to be successful, that they can dream who they want to dream to be and be there. We do not want to go backwards, and we are one vote away from changing where we are on this nomination, sending this back to the president and asking him to please send us a Secretary of Education that can get the votes in the Senate, that will be an education secretary for all people from all walks of life, from our rural communities and our urban communities, no matter who they are or where they come from. And that, I think, is a great possibility and would be a great outcome. Now, I know that my colleague is on the floor here and is ready to speak as well. Again, I have so many letters from so many people, 48,000, who have voiced their opinion on this, more than I've ever had with any other nominee in my memory or any other issue in my memory. And I want to thank all those who've written in and spoken out and stood up for public education. It is the foundation of our democracy, and it is our responsibility with our vote to continue that for them. Thank you, Mr. President, and I yield the floor.
Mr. President?
The senator from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would ask to speak as if in morning business.
Is there objection? Without objection.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that Zach Ormsby of my staff be granted floor privileges for the duration of the consideration of the DeVos nomination.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise this now early morning on a new day to talk about this nomination, which has been the subject of so much debate, so much contention, and I believe so much concern across the country, and I know in my home state of Pennsylvania. I spoke earlier today of some of the basic history of my state, principally that involves public education. In the 1830s, the early 1830s to be exact, a debate started in Pennsylvania about public education that led, the culmination of which led to the enactment under state law of the Free Schools Act of 1834 in Pennsylvania. So we've had a bedrock foundation of free public education all these generations. So it's part of who we are as a state. And in our Commonwealth, even today, with all of the changes in education and all of the change in policy over time, we're still a state where 92% of our school children are educated in public schools. Now, that's the state we are. We don't have any for-profit charter schools, and that's been the subject of debate in this nomination. We have, by law, public nonprofit entities as charter schools. So it's a significant point of difference between what is law in Pennsylvania and what is part of our education traditions and what the nominee has stood for in her time as a private citizen. We'll get to that a little bit later. But I wanted to start tonight with a basic assessment, and then I'll go through a series of issues. The basic assessment and determination that I've made is that I should vote against the nomination of Besy DeVos to be the next United States Secretary of Education. The principal reason for that is her views on public education, what I believe to be a lack of total commitment to public education, and what that would mean for the country. I've heard from people across my state, urban and rural, suburban, Democrats, Republicans, all kinds of people who have spoken with one voice against this nomination. That is one of the factors that I have to consider when making a decision. But even I could not have imagined the scope of that response from people across Pennsylvania. To date, and I know we still have a number of hours left before the vote, but to date, if you count all of the contacts that have been made to my office, or I should say offices in Pennsylvania and here in Washington, it's over 100,000 contacts, whether it's by telephone or email or by letter or otherwise. I've been in the United States Senate for more than 10 years now, or this is my 11th year. No nomination has even approached that number of contacts, of individuals who felt that they had to speak up and speak out literally in the context of a nomination. I wanted to start with one particular issue and develop it rather fully, and that's the issue of sexual assault on our campuses. This is the line of questioning that I pursued with Mrs. DeVos when she came before the HELP Committee, the Health, Education, Labor, and Pensions Committee, just a couple of days ago. I want to start with the stark reality of sexual assault on college and university campuses across the country. Here's what the Centers for Disease Control tell us. 1 in 5 women on college campuses experience attempted or completed sexual assaults. 1 in 5. Now that's an abomination. That's a stain on our country. That's something we should not allow to continue. And we're just beginning in the last couple of years to begin to tackle that horrific problem, that insult, that outrage to young women and their families all across the country. We passed legislation that I'll talk about in a moment, but this is a matter, I believe, of basic justice. Hundreds of years ago, St. Augustine said, "Without justice, what are kingdoms but great bands of robbers?" If we don't get serious about this problem, the problem of sexual assault and what happens to young women on our college campuses, we are robbing them of basic justice. We are robbing them of an opportunity to get a higher education. In many instances, because of that assault, that young woman's life is destroyed or largely compromised or harmed in some fashion. Sometimes she cannot finish her higher education. So she's robbed of that opportunity because the rest of us didn't do enough to prevent that assault. So when we remember those words of Augustine about a basic definition of justice, we should remember whether or not and decide whether or not we're doing enough to prevent her from being robbed of her dignity, robbed of her safety, robbed of the ability to move forward with a public education, and of course, robbed from her basic pursuit of happiness as a young person on a college campus who should have an expectation, a reasonable expectation of safety and security. And too often, the college or the university has failed her. And often, too often, I should say, Our society has failed her. So this is a serious issue. And as I said, some young women never recover, and others struggle for the rest of their lives. Let me say this about the young men who engage in this kind of conduct. Any young man who engages in this kind of conduct on a college campus is a coward, and we should call them that. They're cowards, and they should be brought to justice. Swift and certain justice when they engage in this kind of a crime. And it's happening too often on our college campuses. So as we seek to hold these young men fully accountable for sexual assault on college campuses, we better have a Secretary of Education who is fully committed to making sure that we're holding these students accountable. That's the least that we can expect from a Secretary of Education and from a president and an executive branch and a Congress of both parties in both houses that are committed to protecting young women on our campuses. So what have we done about it? Well, first of all, we haven't done enough. That's the basic foundation of what I'll say. But we have made some progress the last couple of years. I introduced legislation a couple of years ago, the Campus Save Act, known more fully as the Campus Sexual Violence Elimination Act. That became law in 2013 as part of the reauthorization of the Violence Against Women Act. But as the process works around here, you pass a law in 2013 and the regulatory process starts. The regulations didn't go into effect until the summer of 2015. So we're into our second college school year of those regulations being part of our law. And here's what they do, and I'll just summarize my legislation in summary, or summarize it in short order. Basically, what Campus Save does is 2 or 3 things. One is make sure that we're taking steps, and colleges and universities are required to take steps pursuant to this law to bring about strategies of prevention, so that we're doing everything we can on that campus to prevent these kinds of assault. Secondly, we want to make sure, of course, that more and more students and faculty and administration are aware of the problem. It is everybody's problem. It's not just the problem of that victim, not just the problem for young women, it's everybody's problem. So if you're a young man on the campus, you can't just be a bystander. You have to be a bystander that does something about this problem. If you're in the college administration or otherwise, you've got to be part of the solution. So we passed legislation, got the regulations in effect, and now colleges and universities have to abide by them. So this act now is helping improve how campus communities writ large respond to sexual assault, to domestic violence in those circumstances, to dating violence, that's a third category, and the fourth category is stalking. So all of those circumstances are covered. All of that behavior by a college student is covered. We want to make sure that institutions have clearly defined policies, and they let the victim know way ahead of time that she has not just rights, but she has opportunities to pursue justice in more ways than one, that she can leave that campus and seek the help of local law enforcement if she wants to. She has to be informed of her right to do that. If she wants to go to a court and seek a protective order, not only must the college tell her about that right, but the college or university has to help her do it. And also, of course, procedures for conducting hearings in a fair and appropriate manner. But we have a long way to go to hold perpetrators accountable. There's still more work to do on that. Too many young men over many generations have been protected in one way or another. Some institution, some individual on the campus or off the campus has protected them and swept these issues and these crimes under the rug. So we're going to continue to work on this issue, but that leads me to the nominee for Secretary of Education. I asked Besy DeVos in the hearing if she would commit to upholding Title IX, which is a non-discrimination statute that includes important protections against sexual assault. Specifically, I asked her to uphold the Department of Education's Office of Civil Rights guidance from 2011 that advises institutions of higher education to use the preponderance of evidence standard for campus conduct proceedings. Some people know the difference between one level of evidentiary standards versus others. They made a determination that preponderance of the evidence was the right standard. I asked her a very specific question, whether or not she would uphold that standard of evidentiary, that basic evidentiary standard. And she said it was, quote, premature to make such a commitment. I also asked her whether she would enforce the law as it relates to sexual assault, and she didn't seem to believe that she had to answer that question in a manner that would give us confidence that she would uphold the law. So to say that it's premature to answer questions like that, instead of saying, yes, it's my duty as Secretary of Education to uphold the law, to enforce the law, to hold perpetrators accountable, to protect victims. If she said that, and then said, well, but I'll have to review some of these policies, that would be different. But she just said it was premature to make a commitment. She has a duty. It's not a duty that she can escape if she were to be Secretary of Education, to uphold the law, to protect victims. So I believe the Secretary of Education not only must comply with the law, that Secretary of Education, as it relates to those victims on college campuses or potential victims, has to be, in my judgment, not just an advocate, but an unyielding advocate, a determined advocate, a champion for those students, to substantially reduce the likelihood that we're going to continue to see 1 in 5 women being victims of sexual assault on our college campuses. To say that her answer alarmed both survivors and the great advocates that have been in the trenches helping those survivors for years is an understatement. Just read two reactions. One survivor, Jess Davidson, wrote an open letter to Mrs. DeVos as part of a Dear Betsy campaign. She said, and I quote, "I haven't always felt that I had the space or safety to tell my story and stand up for survivors. However, I was lucky enough to attend college under a government administration that fought for survivors of sexual assault. It is only because committed government leaders believed that it was important to uphold Title IX and address campus sexual violence that I was able to overcome what happened to me." Later in her letter, Jess Davidson said, quote, "Mrs. DeVos, certainly my education, if not my life, was saved by committed leaders standing up and fighting for the rights of survivors of sexual assault. So today, I'm asking you to ask that if confirmed, you do the same." And then Jess goes on from there. She says, because if victims, because if survivors do not feel their government is fighting for them, they won't speak out and speak up. I almost didn't, unquote. So that's one survivor telling us how difficult it was for her to speak out or to speak up about this issue because of the pain and the horror that she lived through. So Mrs. DeVos may not have to answer my questions fully, much as I pursue an answer, but she does have to answer the questions of those survivors like Jess and so many others. Because if she is confirmed as Secretary of Education, she is not some independent operator. She is a servant of the people. The people are her boss. Jess is her boss. And she better, if she's confirmed, understand that she's a public servant. The private sector would be in the rearview mirror. You can't treat people the way that she might have treated people up to this point in time. She is a servant of the people if she's confirmed, and she better have an answer for Jess every day that she's on the job if she's confirmed. Another survivor, Sophie, she works for an organization called End Rape on Campus. She wrote recently, quote, "Our country has finally begun to shatter the silence on sexual violence, and survivors nationwide are refusing to go back to how things were before. Students, parents, and survivors nationwide deserve to know how Besy DeVos is truly committed to keeping all students safe in school. Betsy, we are counting on you," unquote, says Sophie. Besy DeVos, if she's confirmed as Secretary of Education, has to answer those questions that Jess posed, that Sophie posed, and so many others. She may try to avoid questions posed to her by senators or by the media, but she has a sacred duty that she cannot escape to give answers to these survivors and to the advocates who so bravely support them day in and day out, year in and year out. And it's about time the Congress of the United States did a lot more to support these victims as well. Maintaining protections for victims of campus sexual assault is not part of some negotiation. This has to be mandatory work that we do together. And in reference to her answer to my question about it being, quote, premature to commit to enforcing the law on sexual assault and fully embracing the guidance that the department put forth in 2011. And by the way, same guidance put forth in the Bush administration. So if she's going to change that guidance on the evidentiary standard, thereby making it harder for victims and better for the perpetrator, by the way, when you raise the standard of evidence, she better have a good explanation for that. She will have to have a good explanation to the victims, the survivors, why she changed a policy that's been in place for 2 administrations. Not just 1, 2, a Republican administration and a Democratic administration. And I would apply the same test to the entire administration. Now the Trump administration has an obligation as well, not just Mrs. DeVos if she were to be confirmed. They must commit, as an administration, to keep strong campus sexual assault protections in place and not go back to the dark days when this scourge was not a priority here in Washington, and not a priority on college and university campuses across the country. So if they want to fight on this, I am ready to fight for a long time against anyone who's going to try to weaken these protections. We are not going to allow this administration or any Secretary of Education to turn back the clock and allow young men to continue to prey upon young women without consequence, with impunity, as they often have been able to do over the years. Let me move to a second issue. Students with disabilities, often overlooked in our debates about education. We have debates about funding, debates about philosophy, debates about who has the best idea, and sometimes we forget students with disabilities who have a right under federal law to have the opportunity for a full education, an appropriate education. So ensuring that all students receive high-quality education is absolutely critical, and it's something that's particularly important for students with disabilities and their families. In my judgment, Mrs. DeVos displayed a total lack of knowledge regarding the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act. That's a 1975 law, 4 decades old, so-called IDEA, and its predecessor was the so-entitled Education for All Handicapped Children Act, the old version of it, many years ago. They have been, together, the bedrock civil rights and education law that guarantees students with disabilities receive the same educational opportunities as their peers who do not have a disability. According to the Department of Education, prior to 1975, prior to IDEA, U.S. schools educated only 1 in 5 children with disabilities, and many states had laws excluding certain students, including those who were deaf, blind, emotionally disturbed, or intellectually impaired. Since the passage 40 years ago of IDEA, the vast majority of children with disabilities are now educated in public schools with their peers. We know that high school graduation rates are higher today than they've ever been. Students with disabilities are going on to higher education in greater numbers. In the last 2 decades, reading and math scores on the National Assessment of Education Progress have increased substantially. We've seen this from the beginnings of the debate in Pennsylvania. Way back in 1971, the Park versus Pennsylvania case, Park standing for the acronym PARC, one of the cases that helped establish the right of all children to have an appropriate public education. We know that in the hearing, Senator Kaine from Virginia asked Mrs. DeVos whether all schools that receive federal funding should have to meet the requirements of IDEA. She said, and I quote, "I think that is a matter that is best left to the states," unquote. Now, given that's obviously the wrong answer when you're talking about a federal statute, states don't have the option of not complying with federal law. Given the opportunity to clarify her answer, Mrs. DeVos continued to insist that states should be able to determine whether they provide services to students with disabilities. Well, let me just say it plainly. That is dead wrong. That's unambiguously, definitively wrong. States can't decide not to comply with the IDEA, the law that 40 years ago enshrined that basic right for students with disabilities to get an appropriate education. So I hope that by now, on the eve of her confirmation vote, I hope that she has done some studying and learned that IDEA is the law of the land. And if she wants to change it, she better line up votes in the House and the Senate to overturn the law that made sure that students with disabilities have those basic guarantees. Once again, the best words are from people that write to us and contact us about these issues. Kristen, who's from southeastern Pennsylvania, wrote the following with regard to her son. She said, "Being parents of a high-functioning autistic child, we value and cherish our public school system. In fact, our public school experience has been life-changing for our son. He's getting a great education and has made remarkable strides. He not only benefits from the resources, caring attention provided by teachers, administrators, assistants, and school staff, and an individualized education plan and accommodations afforded by IDEA, that federal law I just mentioned, that private schools can simply ignore and charter schools do a poor job of meeting. But," Kristen goes on to say, "he has also had an opportunity to meet all sorts of kids. I'm proud and thrilled that his small group of friends include kids whose parents were born in other countries or who practice other religions. This is the benefit of a quality, well-funded public school education, an informed citizenry, and an introduction to the cultures and perspectives beyond our own neighborhoods," unquote. No one has said it better, in my judgment, than Kristen about the value of public education, the value of that public school to her son, who has autism, but he's a high-functioning autistic child, and the vistas of opportunities for learning that have been opened to that child because of that school and because of the IDEA that helps that child with a disability of any kind of disability to get an appropriate education under our system. And a lot of that started way back in the 1830s in Pennsylvania when the Free Schools Act was passed. So again, I say very directly to Mrs. DeVos as a nominee, and if she's confirmed, as the Secretary of Education. Mrs. DeVos must guarantee Kristen and her son that she will support public schools and children with disabilities without exceptions, not with equivocation, not with some bizarre, erroneous argument about what states might want to do, but full commitment, full compliance with the IDEA, full compliance with the law as it relates to any child with a disability. She has an obligation, once she takes the oath of office, a sworn duty as a servant of taxpayers, as a servant of those parents like Kristen, to make sure that she meets Kristen's expectations, not the expectations of a president, not the expectations of insiders here in Washington. She's got to answer to the expectations of Kristen and taxpayers like her and her son. So she has a heavy, heavy burden of proof based upon her testimony to date. Mr. President, I'm going to move to another topic, a topic that has been the subject of much attention lately, but frankly not enough attention over many years. And it's an issue that affects all kinds of children in our schools at various ages and in various circumstances. I'm talking about bullying, something that sometimes people in my generation somehow conclude has always been a problem, and it's just a continuing problem from one generation to the next. Well, they are wrong on the facts. It is a much worse problem today than it's ever been, and that's largely caused by the failure to deal with it, and also caused by the ability of the bullier to follow the bullied student home and to torment them, and sometimes to aggregate other bullies around them, to torment them all day long in school and at home all through the night, day after day, week after week. So in addition to ensuring the equal protection of students with disabilities, as we just talked about, I'm also concerned that Mrs. DeVos will not be fully committed to enforcing civil rights protections for students, including those that identify as LGBTQ. This is obviously connected as well to the issue of bullying, because often the most likely victims of bullying, we know, are LGBT students and students with disabilities. It affects all students, there's no question about that. But too many stories, and too many newspaper stories in particular, about someone who is bullied persistently over time, and that has led to suicides and led to some terribly tragic outcomes for students and their families. Bullying, when you think about it, is, or I should say when we consider the tolerance we've built up, I guess, over years to allow bullying to continue, in many ways that's the ultimate betrayal of our kids. We say to our kids, go to school. You have to go to school and stay in class and pay attention and do your homework and study hard for quizzes and tests. And if you do that, you're going to progress, and you're going to be a person that has opportunities in the world. But you got to stay in school, and you got to concentrate on your work. It's the ultimate betrayal for us as parents, as a society, to tell that to a child, and then we put them in schools where the efforts against bullying aren't a priority. So it's a real betrayal of our children to send them to schools and then not protect so many of them from bullying. So in so many ways, as adults, we failed our kids when we allow that to happen. For many LGBTQ students, schools are anything but safe. The Centers for Disease Control in 2016 put out a report called the Youth Risk Behavior Surveillance Annual Report, which looks to the health and well-being of our 9th through 12th grade students. Students that identify as gay are almost twice as likely to have been threatened or injured by a knife or a weapon on school property. Twice as likely. Students that identify as gay are almost 3 times more likely to stay home from school because of safety concerns. 60% of students identifying as gay felt sad and hopeless almost every day for 2 or more weeks in a row that they had stopped doing usual activities. And finally, the most sobering of all, the rate of suicide attempts is 4 times greater. Let me say that again. Suicide attempts, 4 times greater for young people who happen to be gay, and 2 times greater for young people that are questioning than that of a straight young person. With the advent of text messaging, social media, and social networking, many children find they cannot escape the harassment, even as they go home at night. It follows them from the moment they wake until the moment they go to sleep. Give you one example from Pennsylvania. Right in the heartland of our state, Snyder County. You can't get much more small town and emblematic of the rural and small town communities in our state than a county like Snyder County. The story of Brandon Bittner, a teenager from that part of the state, central Pennsylvania, is a chilling reminder of the horror, the absolute horror of bullying. This is what one news account wrote. Brandon Bittner, 14 years old, of Mount Pleasant Mills, Pennsylvania, walked 13 miles from his home early Friday morning in November of 2010 to a busy intersection and threw himself in front of an oncoming tractor trailer after leaving a suicide note at his home. There seems to be little doubt in students' minds why Brandon did what he did. Quote from his friend, quote, "It was because of bullying." This friend wrote to the Daily Item, a paper in central Pennsylvania. Quote, "It was not about race or gender, but they bullied him for his sexual preferences, the way he dressed, which," she said, "they wrongly accused him of," unquote. We know that Brandon's suicide note reportedly explained that he was constantly bullied at Midwest High School in Middleburg, which is also Snyder County, where he was a freshman. Bullies allegedly called Brandon names. He stated in the note that a humiliating event in school this past week was, quote, "the straw that broke the camel's back." Brandon was an accomplished violinist, having been a member of the Susquehanna Youth Orchestra in 2009. That is small-town Pennsylvania, Snyder County, right in the middle of our state. So you have a 14-year-old who's driven to suicide because of bullying. Persistent, pernicious, violent, evil bullying that drove him to throw himself in front of a locomotive 13 miles from his home. Now, we know that laws can't wipe out human behavior or the darkness of human nature sometimes. And while we do have federal laws that promote school safety, there is currently nothing in place to comprehensively address issues of bullying and harassment. It's critical that anti-bullying and harassment laws and policies enumerate or list characteristics that are most frequently the subject of bullying and harassment, such as race, color, natural origin, sex, sexual orientation, gender identity or expression, disability, and religion. They're sometimes known in the law as protected classes. And it's important that in any bullying policies, those categories are so enumerated. This is the most effective strategy for preventing and prohibiting both bullying and harassment. Research shows the effectiveness of these policies, and even the American Bar Association agrees, passing a resolution unanimously in 2011 supporting enumerated protections, not vague references to protecting young people from bullying, very specific enumerated policies. Now, we've made progress in developing legislation, but we haven't gotten the support we need to get it passed. We tried this during the debate on the Every Child Succeeds Act, or Every Student Succeeds Act, which, as many of you know, is the reauthorization and many changes as part of the changes made to the No Child Left Behind legislation. But we didn't get this policy as part of that, so we have a ways to go. Now, I had hoped that the next Secretary of Education would be interested in tackling these issues, and while Mrs. DeVos has expressed a desire to work on preventing bullying, her record and financial giving seems to suggest otherwise, especially as it relates to LGBTQ students. Mrs. DeVos and her family's foundations, plural, have given millions of dollars to organizations which are expressly opposed to this work, much of the funding coming from the Edgar and Elsa Prince Foundation, which is one of her family foundations. So in other words, she's supporting groups that do not want to pass anti-bullying legislation that enumerates the protected groups of students. I think that's a big mistake. I think it's wrong. We'll continue to fight them. But I hope that, or I should say those donations that family foundations have made will not prohibit her from taking strong action against bullying as Secretary of Education. Once again, I'll say it. When she becomes Secretary of Education, if she's confirmed, she is no longer a private citizen engaged in fights about ideology or fights about policy or fights about politics. She is a servant of the people if she's going to be Secretary of Education. So I would hope she would rethink that original predisposition to be against these policies. I will move on because I know we're limited in our time. Mr. President, I wanted to conclude with a couple of remarks about questions regarding ethics and potential conflicts of interest, because that seems to be a persistent theme with regard to a number of the nominations. We know that these questions, a lot of questions have been asked lately of Mrs. DeVos. I wanted to review some of those. There are at least potential conflicts of interest if she became Secretary of Education. We know that we have a tradition, not only here in Washington in the federal government, but it was very much a part of state government in Pennsylvania when I served there, and part of the tradition in our state where we opt on the side of more transparency for candidates and for public officials about disclosure of information, especially information that could compromise an individual in public office. Tax returns, for example, when people run for office. Providing Mrs. DeVos's tax returns would be a small price to pay to become Secretary of Education as part of that transparency. It would also go a long way to ease the public's discomfort around some of the potential conflicts of interest in the assets and family trusts that Mrs. DeVos will be retaining if she were to be confirmed. The letter of agreement between Besy DeVos and the Office of Government Ethics is necessary but not sufficient to alleviate her and her family's financial conflicts of interest. The Help Committee has always used its own requirements for vetting a nominee, which are and always have been a step beyond those gathered by the Office of Government Ethics. The committee requires full disclosure of all assets over $1,000 in the two-part committee questionnaire required by the committee rules. So there's a lot more to do, and I know we're running out of time. There's a lot more to do, I believe, in terms of her fully disclosing information about her family's or her own financial transactions, what stakes they will maintain in some of these entities if she were to be confirmed. And this isn't about probing someone who has a lot of personal assets and is wealthy. This is about taxpayers' right to know what their Secretary of Education or even a nominee for this job has in her portfolio and her family's. So I'll conclude with this. Our children and our families and our taxpayers deserve a Secretary of Education who is fully committed to being a champion for public schools and public education. And I'll hearken back to what Kristen said in part of the letter I read. Their public school experience has been, quote, life-changing. They value and cherish our public school system. I hope that Besy DeVos, if she were to be confirmed, would value and cherish public education and make it a life-changing experience for every student in those public schools. For the many reasons I've outlined, I will vote against her nomination tomorrow. Mr. President, I would yield the floor.
Mr. President.
The senator from South Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate the time. I think we've had a very interesting debate on Besy DeVos and, frankly, on public education. Listening to my friends on the left, I've been encouraged because I'm excited that for the first time in a very long time, we're actually having a conversation about the important role of public education in America. This is a necessary component to success in life. I've been inspired by senators who have spoken eloquently and passionately about the importance of our public education system, the challenges that they fear might come with the appointment of Besy DeVos to be Secretary of Education. I've also been disappointed and frustrated by some of the statements made by my friends on the other side. What this should not be, is a partisan issue. This is not an issue of Republicans versus Democrats. That is not what this is about. This is not even a political issue, nor is this an issue about teachers. I, for one, am so very thankful for incredible teachers. I think of Mrs. Lynch, Mrs. Greenberg, my fourth grade teacher, Mrs. Wynn, God bless her soul. I was a handful. I think of Coach Roberts and Mr. White. We called him Mighty White, Mr. White. What amazing English teacher I had in my senior year. Or Miss Berry and Miss Myers, wonderful Spanish teachers. This is not about teachers. It's not necessarily about Besy DeVos, not even Besy DeVos. For me, the issue is simply an issue of quality education, and I will, without any question, have a very specific conversation on Besy DeVos. For me, however, this is simply about quality education and how we get there. My story is familiar to many people in this chamber. I've spoken about it on a number of times, and I will tell you that my entire time in the Senate, the 4 years I've been here, I've been talking consistently about the power of education and the necessity of quality education. I call it the opportunity agenda. The opportunity agenda, which has been my focus for the last 4 years, focuses first on education, making sure that every single zip code in America has a quality choice for education. This is so important to me. As a poor kid growing up in a single-parent household, I was not doing very well. And from 7 to 14, I drifted in the wrong direction. As a freshman in high school, I basically flunked out. I failed world geography. I may be the first senator to fail civics. I even failed Spanish and English. When you fail Spanish and English, no one, Mr. President, considers you bilingual. No one. They did call me, by the way, bi-ignorant, because I cannot speak in any language. And that's where I found my unhappy self. I had two major blessings in my life, Mr. President. A wonderful mother who believed in my future, who encouraged me, who inspired me, who did everything necessary to try to keep me on the right track. And I had a powerful mentor. I am so thankful that during the hardest times of my life, I found myself in the position to receive a quality education. And I learned from my sophomore year forward to take advantage of that positive, strong opportunity for quality education. But it was not always the case. I remember by the time I was in the 4th grade, I had gone to 4 different elementary schools because there's something transient about poverty. And so we moved around some. Picking the right school was difficult, challenging. So for me, Mr. Chairman, when I think about this topic, when I hear my friends on the left, when I think about the debate around the nation, this is simply a clear debate and discussion around education. It changed my life for the better. I'll tell you, Mr. Chairman, that this is, as I said, not a Republican or Democrat issue. Both Republicans and Democrats around this nation, maybe not in this chamber, but around this nation, supports Besy DeVos to be the next Secretary of Education. And that's good news. Well, let me just talk for a few minutes about Besy DeVos. I've listened to the concerns, as we've heard from the senator from Pennsylvania. Tens of thousands of folks have called the offices of all senators, to include mine. I've been on the phone, answering the phone in my office, so I would have a chance to chat with my constituents who called in from in the state, and we've certainly had a ton of calls from outside the state. And here are some of the concerns that I heard from my constituents that I know were serious concerns and important parts of a conversation. One serious concern was the lack of experience that she has. And I will tell you, Mr. President, that she brings with her a fresh set of eyes. That, yes, she has no official experience, but she has invested the last 28 years of her life in improving public education. She has supported, without any question, the creation of public charter schools. I had the privilege of speaking at a charter school in Michigan, started by Besy DeVos and her husband 3 or 4 years ago, an aviation high school that focuses on making sure that the students are prepared to be competent and to qualify for good jobs in the aviation transportation sector. Phenomenal school. I enjoyed my interaction with the kids. So I will tell you that not only has she spent 28 years, the last 28 years of public education, not only has she spent millions of her own money focusing on education, she has a set of fresh eyes, and I'll explain to you in a few minutes why that is so important if we are going to improve the quality of education experience in the rural areas like West Virginia or in South Carolina, as well as the inner cities from Chicago to Detroit and parts of South Carolina as well. So that will be an important part of the conversation as we move forward, Mr. President. Second thing I've heard from my constituents that I think it's really important is that she doesn't support accountability equally for charter schools and other public schools. I had the chance to talk with Besy DeVos, and I would not support her if she was not going to treat all schools the same as it relates to accountability. That is important, and that is a place where she has been crystal clear from my perspective. A third issue that I've heard is that supporting Besy DeVos will somehow ruin public education. I'll tell you, I've had the chance to sit down and chat with her about the role of public education. She agrees with many on our side of the aisle, Mr. President, when she said very clearly she supports public education. She supports quality public education. She supports charter schools. She supports school choice. I do not believe that there is a binary choice between public education and school choice. I think that is not an accurate description that we face. I think she will help to improve public education. One of my friends on the left said that public education is a right. But for too many of our children, quality public education is not. It is simply not happening. Now, I'll tell you, as I think about the numbers around this concept, I look at those schools around the nation that meets or exceeds our national standard in the area of English or language arts. In my home state, in the county where I was born, Charleston County, if you break it down, and this is a debate that has become a debate so often about where you live and what you look like. And so I wanted to break it down by the demographics that I've heard so often from my friends on the left, because these are important demographics. And it's very important for us to understand and appreciate the necessity of improving quality education for all of our students. And I see in Charleston County, in meeting or exceeding the English standards that we have set, that 78% of our white kids are doing just fine in meeting and or exceeding those national standards. But unfortunately, Mr. President, that only 24.4% of our black students meet or exceed those standards. Our Hispanic students in Charleston County, only 27.7% meet or exceed those standards, Mr. President. I will tell you that if you think about where we are as a nation on the issue of public education, and you drive into some of the inner cities like in Chicago or Detroit or Philadelphia, you have to ask yourself, what is the experience of that child in public education? Because see, I think that this is the central debate for our country. It's around education because a poor education has a strong correlation with our incarceration rates. A poor education has a strong correlation with high unemployment rates. A poor education has a correlation with low income, lifetime income. So the importance of the issue of quality education, particularly in those places in our country that seems to be under tremendous stress, we should drill into the numbers so that we can appreciate what the future looks like for those kids. This is such an important issue. In Chicago, 65% of our majority students meet or exceed the standard in English or language arts. But only 22% of our African American kids meet or exceed the standards. 29% of our Hispanic kids in Chicago meets or exceeds the standards. So what are the numbers in Detroit? Well, Detroit, only 13% of our majority students meet or exceed those English standards. 9%, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9% of African American kids meet or exceed the standard. 12.5% of our Hispanic kids meet or exceed those standards. Just correlate those numbers to the incarceration rates, to the employment rates, to the lifetime income rates, and to the rate of hopelessness in those communities. I know, Mr. President, we are having a debate about the Secretary of Education. It's an important debate, but a more important debate centers around the educational experience of our students all over this nation and what that means long term for this nation and for those students and for our communities all over the country. Philadelphia, Mr. Chairman, it's another place where 53%, barely half of the majority students meet or exceed the standards. 24% of African American students and 23% of Hispanic students meet or exceed the standards. What does that mean? That means that while we're having a debate about education, while we're having a debate about Besy DeVos, maybe it's not about Besy DeVos. Maybe it's not about the great teachers that I have had and others have had. We should all celebrate quality public education. I do. Great, I'm a tremendous supporter of it. But there is a place in this nation, from the Appalachia, rural areas in West Virginia, rural areas in South Carolina, inner cities that I've just named, where the quality education is not the norm. As a matter of fact, the exact opposite is the norm. And that means that we all will pay a hefty price, not financially, because that's secondary. We lose human potential when it is not developed, and that is a travesty, one that we can ill afford as a nation. So while I am seriously concerned about our debate on Besy DeVos, and I'm seriously concerned about public education, I am very concerned about the quality outcomes not being experienced by our rural kids and our inner city kids, and far too often we forget to have a debate about the children in the system. We have a debate about the system. We have a debate about the secretary of the system, but we haven't thoroughly vetted the accomplishments or the lack of accomplishments within that system. So we ought not cast a shadow over all public education. We should, however, illuminate or cast a bright light into the problem areas and look for options to improve the outcome for those kids not only trapped in a failing system, but for the rest of their lives playing catch up. That's where our focus should be. We've heard a whole lot of hyperbole about what the next Secretary of Education can do, as if that person could somehow, with a magic wand, change education. That is patently false. It would take action by this Congress to have that happen. The reality of it is that while it is an important position, she cannot act unilaterally. And the one commitment that I made sure that I had from her is that she had the same, she viewed the world of education through the same paradigm that I do, which is we don't want a top-down approach to education. We actually want school districts and local communities and counties and states to lead the charge. Because about $550 billion that supports public education doesn't come from the federal government. It comes from the states, the local school districts. That's where the decisions should be made. I'm a supporter of school choice. However, it would just be an option under the best case scenario where states would have more options at the cafeteria. I don't want to mandate. She's not going to be able to mandate school choice. That will be our decision. And I've decided I don't want to make it happen. I want to give the states and the local school districts the opportunity to make their own decisions, which does lead me, of course, to my support and her support of school choice. I would submit that most of us in this nation supports school choice. I know that is a controversial statement and one where you have to back it up with facts, but here's a fact. The fact is that we as a nation consistently support school choice. It's called a Pell Grant. A Pell Grant is a federal subsidy that oftentimes goes to private schools, colleges. Unfortunately, many kids who do not meet or exceed the standards in English, math, and science will never experience the Pell Grant because they don't go on to a 2-year or a 4-year education. They don't go to a technical school or to a college. They don't find themselves experiencing what we as a federal government provide, a clear and specific option to take your federal dollars to your private colleges. We all seem to support school choice. We just don't seem to support it for those kids trapped in failing school districts, underperforming schools. Those kids will never see the Pell Grant so often, too many of those kids will not see a Pell Grant, which is absolutely, positively, unequivocally school choice. Mr. President, I'll tell you that I'm hopeful. I'm hopeful because I believe that men and women in this chamber are sincere and serious about the debate around public education. And I'll tell you that there are reasons to believe that in spite of the dismal performance that I've read, that there's reasons to be hopeful that the future for those kids in public education can get in better, significantly better. And let me, as I wrap up my comments here, Mr. Chairman, reflect upon what's possible for kids who were underperforming to become high achieving. So often we label those kids as at-risk kids. I prefer to call them high potential kids. There are examples in this nation where those kids who are performing so poorly according to the third grade statistics around meeting or exceeding expectations, according to ESA, those kids later in life and in different programs in New York City specifically are doing incredibly well. Let me give you a couple of examples, and I will close with this good news and more to be continued later this morning. There is a group of schools called Success Academies, which are public charter schools that are performing at the highest level in the state of New York. And here's the good news. These kids are 87% African American and Hispanic. And I went through the numbers earlier, dismal numbers in meeting or exceeding standards in English. The numbers are very similar in math. They're very similar in science. But here's what's possible. In all the New York State schools, the top performing schools in the state, and looking at the performance, 94% success rates in math, 82% in English, 99% in science. And to break those numbers down, as I did earlier with the African American and Hispanic students, in math, here's how you reverse the achievement gap. 93% of African American Success Academy scholars outperform majority students in New York City. 80% of them African Americans and 80% of Hispanics are at 80%. You see, Mr. President, with the right focus, with the right emphasis, with options like a cafeteria, when parents have a choice, students have a chance, not just in education, but a better chance in life.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. President.
The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Alexander.
All right, folks, thank you very much for watching. These guys are going to go until tomorrow morning. I'm going to head to bed because we wake up early to start streaming tomorrow all of the President Trump administration streams. So make sure to give this stream a thumbs up. Check out our previous videos, and we hope to see you guys here tomorrow. Thank you very much for choosing us as your stream of choice, and we hope to see you guys later. Thank you very much to all the moderators. You guys have been here for a very long time. I'd like to thank you for your support and for trying to keep the chat as clean as possible. Thank you very much, moderators, and I hope to see you guys here tomorrow. Like I said, we start streaming tomorrow at 6 a.m. Pacific, 9 a.m. Eastern. There's going to be a few events tomorrow, so make sure that you guys continue watching our coverage here from Golden State Times. Thank you very much, everyone. I hope you guys have a good night, and I hope to see you guys here tomorrow.